So I'll go again and welcome you all to this, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished keynote speakers and audiences from around the world. Welcome back, I should say, to this second day of the official opening ceremony at the 8th Belgrade NATO Week. This is us in this hybrid format, physically from the venue at the Palace of Serbia and online from around the world. I'm Jorgen Samso, and it's my pleasure to be a moderator for this opening ceremony. We have a lot of ground to cover today, an impressive range of issues and lots of excellent speakers. And for the first time ever, I should mention the most amount of high-level speakers, both from the Serbian government and NATO in the history of this international conference. Before we move on, a bit of technical housekeeping. To remind the audience that's tuning in, if you follow on either Zoom or YouTube, and this will be the case for all the panels going forward, they'll be streaming in 2 channels with non-stop simultaneous translation to English and Serbian. And you can choose the language you wish to follow on the globe icon on the bottom right of the screen. And all the technical instructions and guidelines are also available on the website, natoweek.rs, or on the Twitter account for the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies. We have about an hour set. We have an hour set off for this opening ceremony, but time is running, and I think without I will just quickly present our 4 speakers in the order they will address us. First, we have Jelena Milic, director at the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, with us from the Palace of Serbia in Belgrade. And Angelina Eichhorst, Managing Director for Western Europe, Western Balkans, Turkey, and the United Kingdom for the European External Action Service. And then we have Laura K. Cooper, U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. And unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, we will not be joined by Dr. John Mansa, Assistant Secretary General for Operations at NATO, but luckily instead, we have Mark DiPaolo, who's the director at the Defense Capacity Building Directorate at the Operations Divisions at NATO. And we're very happy that, Mark, you could step in on such a short notice and join us. So thanks for that. I should mention that this opening ceremony will not be followed by a Q&A, but we will, if time, we will move on to the next panel if time allows us that. And now it's my pleasure to give floor to Jelena Milic for her opening remarks. Over to you, Jelena.
Dragi svi.
Dear representatives of the Government of the Republic of Serbia, MPs, high officials of NATO, United States, and Europe, dear colleagues for all institutions and media, top-ranking experts of Serbia, representatives of the diplomatic corps, welcome to yet another Belgrade NATO Week, international conference organized by Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, CEAS, from Belgrade. This year, under the slogan, "This is us," 8 years in a row and 10 events in a row, dozens of tabloid headlines with headlines saying Jelena Milic, the face of NATO evil, due to our Don Quixotean combat against disinformation about the use of depleted uranium during NATO bombing. Dozens of television programs promoting Vojislav Šešelj, convicted war criminals book entitled Jelena Milic, NATO Scraps. There were dozens of litigations with the tabloids with convicted criminals, mercenaries on trial for the murder of Albanians, just because we claimed that the former chief of staff of Serbian army is deeply compromised. We very seldom get anyone's support and help. This is why this NATO week is for us special, because in all these 8 years, this year we have the highest number of representatives of the government of Serbia addressing us. and the highest representatives of NATO, but American government as well, not just the American ambassador, and we also have very high-ranking representatives of European Union, because this is us in this world where everything is changing, where the great divisions are being created, where the new relations is being constructed and reconstructed between the United States and EU in the world of the competition of the great powers, divisions between the regions and topics where they shouldn't exist, and all those are very easily exploited by third parties. And when President of Serbia meets President of the United States, regardless of who he is or who sits in the White House, this deserves to be reported on in the annual progress report of European Commission. Because the meetings with Russian and China representatives are mentioned there. Billboard with the gratitude expressed to the President of China due to his assistance during the first stage of COVID pandemic, at a time when there was EU ban on exports of medicines to the Western Balkans. 53% of citizens of Serbia still believe that American policies towards Serbia are positive in more than 53%, and when it comes to the information that is coming to them about the attitudes of United States towards the Serbia, they mostly quote organizations like us and not media, not the tabloids. For my country, it's probably the worst day for my country when it comes to pandemic. However, my country has now the highest number of ventilators and medicines than before. So why shouldn't we express our gratitude to China for assisting us in obtaining the ventilators? However, the Prime Minister also was there at the airport to greet the import of ventilators from EU. However, that was not reported in the tabloids or in international media. Every state official is striving to the maximum to keep control in these dire times of COVID pandemic. At these difficult times for EU and NATO, in these very politically sensitive times of political transitions in the United States, thank you once again for joining us today and tomorrow. Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies is proud to have our Belgrade NATO Week recognized as the platform for communication, exchanges of information, especially when it comes to even difficult topics such as the political attitudes of United States or EU to Western Balkans and Serbia in particular. This is also an opportunity to remind the West about positive trends taking place in Serbia. And you yourselves assisted us in establishing these positive trends and achieve the progress. So please help us promote this progress further in order to keep up this momentum. You have to bear in mind that foreign trade exchange has improved considerably with China, for example, and they are also building gas pipelines with Russia. In spite of promotion of energy diversification, and yet Serbia is constantly accused of improving their trade relations with China and relying practically solely on the imports from Russia. There is also another issue of the fact that practically none of the Albanian war criminals were ever sentenced for any of the crimes against Serbian population, and this is something that affects Serbian population deeply. The Serbian army is responsible for killing more than 10,000 Albanian civilians, and CEAS is suffering considerably because we keep reminding Serbian public about it. Due to 1244 EU resolution, Serbia has faced the consequences of our actions, and many of our top-ranking officials were brought before the ICTY. However, now when the transitions of power are taking place on the ranks of Kosovo and the difficulties that they are facing in order to confront their own crimes, you have to understand that Serbia has also suffered greatly, for example, at the times of Prime Minister Đinđić, when he was forced to export the war criminals to Hague. Prime Minister President Biden knows this well because he was actively participating in all these actions. Media think tanks are speeding up in their reporting about the war crimes of the KLA, and because finally the KLA are now being brought before the face of justice. However, I just want to remind you that there is no international court has ever brought any judgment against Albanians for the crimes committed against the Serbs. However, constantly insisting upon the enormous crimes committed by the Serbs that are unverified by the evidence, or, for example, claiming an exorbitant number of the women of Albanian origin raped by Serbian soldiers, is practically an insult to every Albanian victim who truly suffered rape during those times. There are two Albanian leaders, Vjosa Osmani, Albin Kurti, who are loved by the Western politicians, who continuously claim that Serbs have committed genocide. They repeat the word genocide, and yet they know very well that no Albanian has ever been sentenced for war crimes. Numerous CSOs have assisted in making Serbia confront its crimes and be brought before ICTY. However, this is also an occasion where CSOs should assist the process in which KLA participants should also be brought before the face of justice. During the burning of the Serbian religious buildings and churches in 2014, has not also been completely observed by the international community as such. This is something that affects the general public in Serbia greatly, and their attitudes towards NATO and towards United States. So attempts to negate the historical origins of the cultural monuments on the territory of Kosovo in order to promote Kosovo's participation in UNESCO or membership in UNESCO is also a double standard that is something that undermines the general attitude of Serbian public. The historical revisionism that is coming from Kosovo and surrounding Kosovo and many other places of liberal West is unfortunately a very negative trend. Does this lead to some final solution for Kosovo status, or should serve some other service in the future? In Serbia, we usually say, let us not kill an ox just to get 1 pound of meat. We will need better reference systems to ensure who is a reliable partner and who is not. So let's not waste our resources so easily. This goes very hand in hand with the new pressures on Belgrade to recognize Kosovo without getting anything in return. In the past 4 years between two administrations in the United States, when cooperation between Serbia and the United States was actually growing and developing, we have to bear in mind that a large number of reports on the region were published. However, very few of them noted very obvious pro-American rhetoric coming from the top-ranking officials in Serbia. And the CEAS believes that this trend should be recognized and highlighted, because this is a win-win situation for everyone, including NATO and EU, and not a zero-sum for Sarajevo, Pristina, or Brussels. We believe that this trend is being obstructed for whatever reasons, and this could potentially further undermine the liberal civil society organizations who are actually trying to assist in this process. This erosion of credibility in Serbia would understandably be turned towards European international institutions and not just the media. This also overlaps with the pressures that Serbia should recognize Kosovo without getting anything in return, coming from EU and some parts of Washington. We hope that CEAS managed to contribute at least by a small percentage to better attitudes of Serbian public towards cooperation with United States, regardless of the professional organizational consequences and disappointments that have exhausted us almost to the end. Serbia is no longer the country of the 1990s, and so we are Serbia of 2020s, and we should be regarded as so. NATO bombing resulted in over 750 casualties and was followed by hyperinflation, transition, difficult political times, difficult period of cooperation with the ICTY, and Serbia has transformed more than most other countries of the Western Balkans. Serbia is legally military neutral, and yet, according to the latest CEAS poll, 63% of the citizens support, and 13 of them are still undecided. When it comes to strengthening cooperation with the United States, not just in economic terms, but also when it comes to defense and security. And this level of support was not there 4 years ago. So regardless of the fact that everything was organized due to Donald Trump, this is clear that our citizens are giving this support to the United States regardless of who sits in the White House. And this is the result of the work of the incumbent government in Serbia. So this trend was not there 4 years ago. President of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, is still deemed to be the greatest autocrat in the Western Balkans, and Serbia is still observed from the perspective of the 1990s. And we are, in addition, blamed for being the center for Russian and Chinese influence in the Western Balkans. However, if we compare the Russian influence back then and now, or even Chinese influence back then and now, with a very objective and clear approach, it is clear that this is not as strong as it seems to some of the Western circles. We, from CEAS, have promoted the correction or the adjustments of the border line between Serbia and Kosovo. And this is why we were greatly accused by everyone. I have to thank the NATO Public Diplomacy Division for assisting us of doing so. One of our conferences several years ago, and then NATO has never ever giving us any hard times due to this. And this is the upcoming conference that we are organizing with NATO PDD. And yet they never interfere in our opinions and the statements that we make concerning the situation in Serbia. Everyone knows that the solutions for Western Balkans can be best found if there is a cooperation between the United States and EU institutions. Or we can put it the other way around. We can find the best solution if EU cooperates with institutions like NATO and State departments. We are organizing this conference again in Palace of Serbia, which is one of the most important buildings, government buildings in Serbia, thanks to our authorities. Coming here, I saw 3 billboards that are promoting Belgrade NATO Week, just like they have promoted our spring conference that was practically put at the same position where a tabloid has put up another billboard promoting cooperation between Serbia and China. So I would just like you to keep all this in mind, and thank you very much for your understanding and contribution.
Thank you so much, Jelena, for this excellent overview and for putting things into perspective, for many issues into perspective for Serbia and for the Western Balkans and for Euro-Atlantic relations, and giving this overview also of the CEAS's work in this regard. And on that note, I will pass over, we're running a bit short on time, but I'll pass it over to Angelina Eichhorst.
Here we. I hope you can hear me all. Good afternoon. Yes. I'm really great. It's a great pleasure to see all the friends here. Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you, Jelena, for your words. Nice to see Laura. Nice to see Mark. Really happy to be with you. And the hybrid floor we are having today with Serbia, the United States, and NATO. I would have preferred to be in Belgrade, the real Belgrade, not the hybrid Belgrade, that I had the pleasure of visiting so often in the past. And I wish all friends in Belgrade and in the region as a whole a safe environment, good health, good stamina to get through these difficult COVID times. It's not an easy time. I also always believe that in fora where we are addressing many unresolved issues from the past, we should focus on what unites us, not on what divides us. And that's, I'm very pleased that I also have a chance to contribute to this today. And my last introductory remark is repeating what Jelena said. We should always strive for a win-win and not a zero-sum game, particularly in negotiations and trying to resolve outstanding issues. Dear audience, Serbia, the United States, NATO, and the European Union share a keen interest in the prosperity, the stability, and the security of the whole of the Western Balkans as part of Europe. Yes, changes happen rapidly, more fast than we can ever imagine, but some parameters do not change. And I believe we should always try to work strategically with parameters that still do not change. What I'm trying to say is the European Union and the Balkans are one, geographically, culturally, and through the aspirations of the people who live in the region. All the region's external borders are with the European Union, with the United European Union. All the region borders, external borders, are with the European Union. 70% of the region's trade is with the European Union. The vast majority of the region's citizens see their future as being full part of the EU. And our engagement has been always, and it will remain, strong, consistent, and predictable. And I insist also on the predictability. We have a clear agenda. The European Union has no secrets, full transparency, joint interests. Serbia also wants Albania, North Macedonia to start accession negotiations. Serbia is at the forefront with operating on trying to move ahead on the 4 freedoms, operating on that basis, freedoms of goods, of services, capital, people, the jewels of the single market. That's the economy, but also on security and our relations with third parties or third actors. Our challenges are the same, and we have a clear shared interest in stepping up our cooperation across the board on security, economy, and also on foreign policy. So here we are together working for a safe Europe, for a safe Western Balkans, a stable, secure, prosperous region together, the European Union, NATO, the United States, all of us together. And many of you here today know that our cooperation with the United States and with NATO is strong. It's long-standing, but it's mostly mutually beneficial. With the United States, we share a strong focus on democracy, on the rule of law. We have a long history of working shoulder to shoulder in the. And when we have joined forces to push forward key reforms, foster stability, we have achieved important results together with our Western Balkan partners. With NATO, the Warsaw and the Brussels joint declarations of 2016 and 2018, they provide a good, comprehensive framework for close interaction. We have ongoing staff-to-staff contacts on a wide range of issues: political dialogue, military mobility, countering hybrid threats, including disinformation, as well as cyber. This is underpinned by effective working between the European Union and NATO, working on a day-to-day basis with the Western Balkans. We have a strong record together working on the ground with the Operation Althea in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's the most successful example of EU-NATO operational cooperation. We have worked together effectively in Bosnia and Herzegovina for more than 15 years under the Berlin Plus arrangements. We very much welcome that good relations, both with the United States and NATO. And I see this, personally, I see this entirely compatible with where Serbia is today and where Serbia wants to be. And I want to say a few words on how exactly the EU is involved in the work we are doing today when we talk about making the Western Balkans more prosperous and more secure. As I said, there are the rule of law reforms as part of our partners' aspirations to become members of the EU. Lack of rule of law, issues with media freedom, corruption, organized crime, all this could potentially make a country really vulnerable to manipulation by external actors and ultimately also risk destabilization. We are consciously helping to build resilience with Serbia, with all our partners in the region. As many of you may have seen, the European Commission in its 2020 report on Serbia provides an assessment of where Serbia is, the state of play, and there is a very useful blueprint for reform. It is in the hands of the new Serbian government to use this guidance to the maximum possible and in the interest of the citizens of Serbia. As its largest financial and economic partner, by far, we, the European Union, back the region's strategic choice of the EU path. We do not leave Serbia or other partners in the region alone in implementing what are at times really difficult reforms. We provide about €1 billion each year in non-repayable grant support to partners in the region. We are supporting the region to reach EU standards across the board in fields ranging from, as I said, rule of law, sustainable economy, public administration reform, social development, agriculture, rural development. And on top of that really strong partnership and the 3.3 billion euros we gave of the immediate support to fight COVID-19. And I'm glad there are billboards also on the EU in the streets of Belgrade, not just for COVID, but in general, the support we are given. We have a very significant new economic and investment plan. It puts out an unprecedented investment package up to 9 billion of funding for the region. It guarantees aiming to mobilize up to 20 billion euros in investments. 20 billion euros in investments. With this plan, this economic and investment plan, we are backing this assessment we did in this progress report I mentioned by the European Commission. We provide deep and strong support for economic recovery and for reform. You know, last week's agreement among the Western Balkans leaders in Sofia on the action plan to take forward the common regional market. It has the elements of the single market I referred to before. That was a key step forward in the work to break down these barriers that still exist on trade, the barriers on people-focused economic development. And our goal is really to have prosperous, modern, greener Western Balkans delivering better to citizens on the road to the EU. Security cooperation, let me say a few words because it's so important that we have made so much progress together. Look at the permanent structured cooperation, bringing together 25 member states to deepen the defense cooperation within the Union framework. It's one example, and we have now decided on PESCO to invite third partners as well. It's now becoming for us a security union. The EU is becoming a security union. We've had a clear roadmap for our cooperation on foreign and security policy with the region. For those of you who were in Sofia and who know the priority agendas from, I'm talking about May 2018, and I also refer to the Western Balkan strategy of February 2018. We have a whole range of concrete flagships initiatives also on foreign and security policy. It's all about strengthening engagement on security, on migration, 14 concrete actions. Please go back to it again. The government of Serbia knows, all of us know, we work on it together on a daily basis. It is the work that is happening on counterterrorism, on preventing and countering violent extremism, fighting organized crime, addressing cyber and hybrid threats from small arms and light weapons. It's not just the EU institutions, it's all the member states of the EU obviously working together. We have a very open dialogue on the matters of CFSP, so Common Foreign Security Policy, and Defense, Security and Defense Policy, CSDP as well. We do that together with all partners in the Western Balkans, all of them. And these are mechanisms, and somebody said it before, actually high Serbian officials as well, how often we now do meet together as all partners of the Western Balkans compared to a few years ago. And work is going on together with all partners. Serbia is, of course, very much involved in security cooperation with us. Serbia is one of the most important contributors to our CSDP missions and our operations. providing, I think it's around 20 high-quality medical staff for our mission. Serbia has also delegated a liaison officer to the European Union military staff, and we have a European Union military advisor based at the EU delegation in Belgrade. Serbia has signed a participation agreement to join the Helborg battle group, which is on standby up to 2021. Serbia signed an administrative arrangement with the European Defence Agency already in December 2013, it was, to identify projects there of joint interest. So there's a whole range of examples of good cooperation we're having, and I just hope that this is known as well, and it is seen, and that is the most really, if you like, issue that's seen and felt. Some of these activities for the moment have been frozen because the government has frozen. The previous government decided to freeze international military cooperation. We respect this decision, but we also hope that we can resume again as soon as possible in the interest of all parties. Then briefly still, I don't want to be too long, but it is for me very important, also for me personally, but for the institutions. Another security-related topic for us is obviously the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Important for the European Union, particularly for the External Action Service. We are deeply, deeply committed to help finding a successful conclusion of this dialogue. It would really be a major contribution to stability and security in the entire Western Balkan region. You know, we have resumed the dialogue under the facilitator High Representative Borrell, under the EUSR Special Representative Lajcek. Already some tangible progress has been made on some elements of a comprehensive normalization agreement, and we will definitely continue to work with the parties on a comprehensive agreement to normalize relations between Kosovo and Serbia, dealing with all outstanding and in line with international law and EU acquis. I know that at this conference you will also address the foreign policy direction of Serbia. Let me just briefly comment on this, because I want to dispel some myths around the topic of foreign policy. Serbia applied to join the European Union in 2009. The accession negotiations started in 2014. As a country negotiating accession, Serbia, like all other candidates for the EU membership, is expected to progressively align with the foreign policy of the European Union. This is a natural requirement. It ensures that a country which joins the European Union has a foreign policy which is in sync with the other members of the European Union. Our call for Serbia's alignment is a direct result of Serbia's own strategic goal of EU membership. It is not that we wish to exert undue influence on Serbia or limit Serbia's sovereignty. We are following up on these commitments that Serbia itself has actually taken in the accession process framework it has chosen as its own strategic aim. We very much welcome Serbia's recent alignment with our declarations on Belarus, on Nagorno-Karabakh, but we also look forward to more efforts from our friends in Serbia in this respect. We believe that as an EU candidate negotiating accession, Serbia is also in a good place to have a policy which is more aligned with that of the European Union. So this is the big picture. We are joined up, all of us, Serbia, Western Balkan partners, United States, NATO. We share values, we share our strategic objectives, and we are determined to continue with that work to maintain and support the momentum of the region on its EU path and our cooperation together. I will personally do my utmost under the guidance of High Representative Borrell to make our relations even deeper and stronger and to continue to show real concrete results. Thank you.
Thank you for those this overview and for those insights into the work of the European Union, the EU member states, in the region, in Serbia. And I think you made an excellent overview, which could be a good starting point for many of the panels that are to come during today and also tomorrow. And I want to hand over now to Laura Laura K. Cooper I believe you're with us from Washington, D.C., right?
That is correct. Good morning from Washington, I should say. And thank you so much for the invitation. I would much prefer to be among friends and colleagues, enjoying this stimulating conversation in the Palace of Serbia, but instead I'm in a Pentagon conference room. So we'll just have to look forward to next year to be together for these conversations. And this morning, to help kick it off, I'll offer you a very specific perspective from a U.S. Defense Department point of view, and hopefully that will stimulate later discussions in the panels. I'd echo the previous comments in saying that, the challenges we have all faced over, the past year have really reinforced for us the importance of allies helping allies, partners helping partners, allies helping partners. Even as we have seen in this past year, some countries that have historical differences coming together to face shared challenges in this very difficult year. I'll start by mentioning NATO, although I won't talk a great deal about NATO. Rather, I'll focus more on the bilateral dimension of the U.S.-Serbia military relationship. But I have to recognize that NATO, through its unique ability to coordinate between allies and partners, has been absolutely critical in dealing with the impact of COVID in Europe, while also being able to maintain its focus on collective defense against the many threats that have continued throughout this challenging period of time. I'd cite specifically NATO's Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, or EADRCC, a long acronym, which our Serbian friends are very familiar with. This center coordinated the alliance's response to requests for assistance from North Macedonia, from Montenegro, and from Bosnia and Herzegovina, ultimately providing medical supplies, personal protective equipment, or PPE, and test kits to all three countries. The EADRCC has also been critical to coordinating both allies and partner support to Serbia, including PPE, equipment for field hospitals, and other medical supplies. In addition, for its part, I'm very proud to say that the United States has contributed more than $3 million over the past 8 months to support Serbia's crisis response to COVID-19, including donations of test kits, medical equipment, lab equipment, and emergency food and hygiene packages for vulnerable people. Despite the pandemic, despite all the challenges that we have faced over this past year, I am here to say that the United States and Serbia have actually been able to strengthen our relationship in the past year. We've seen this with engagements at the highest levels, with the agreements on economic normalization signed at the White House. And for my part, a few months prior to those agreements, I was very happy to personally witness President Vučić being hosted at the Pentagon in March. In that meeting, we were able to explore where can we increase our defense cooperation in the future. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. But before I talk about the future, I always think it's important to talk a little bit about the past and to remind ourselves of the friendships and relationships that have made it possible for us to succeed together. I think most of the audience online and certainly in Serbia is familiar with the very long history of cooperation between the United States and Serbia, which formally began nearly 140 years ago. We were allies during both World Wars, and President Wilson famously flew the Serbian flag over the White House to recognize Serbia's sacrifices and our alliance during World War I. But as a Defense Department official, I always like to point out another aspect of our shared history that is not as well known outside the United States, the service of Serbian Americans in the U.S. military. Since 1918, Serbian American soldiers, sailors, and airmen have served with distinction, not only in World War I, but also in World War II, in Korea, Vietnam, and even as we speak today, in military operations around the world. I think it's important to remember and acknowledge the many Serbian American soldiers who serve so valiantly in the defense of freedom. And I'll just name a few. Men like Jake Alex Mandusic. He was a sergeant in the United States Army during World War I, born in Serbia but immigrated to Chicago, Illinois. Sergeant Mandusic was awarded our nation's highest honor for gallantry in action, the Medal of Honor. There's also James Mistrovic, a Serbian immigrant to California, who also became a sergeant in the U.S. Army during World War I. He earned the Medal of Honor for saving the life of his company commander. And I'm sure that many of you are well familiar with George Muzulin, the brave Serbian American who commanded the famous airlift Operation Halyard to rescue over 400 U.S. service members from Nazi-occupied areas in 1944. I give those examples from the past just as a reminder of shared history as we look forward to the future. We have to focus our future engagement and our future cooperation by building off of what we already have in place, which is actually a solid record of cooperation. There's a program that we have at the Defense Department called the State Partnership Program. And it's not a coincidence that when I give lectures to audiences of many countries, I cite the State Partnership Program with Serbia and the state of Ohio as a model for what this partnership program can achieve. The relationship between Ohio and Serbia is enduring. And something that we continually improve upon with military exercises. We see potential for further expanding this program through new equipment training if Serbia should decide to expand acquisition of defense equipment with U.S. and Western interoperable programs. Now, I would say if you ask your average American who might be watching the news but not know the region closely, I think they would say seeing deliveries of MiGs and seeing, news of an opening of a Russian defense office in Belgrade would feed into a perception that Serbia is aligning with Russia, or that Serbia is, somehow turning its back on the United States. But I think those of us who work with Serbia closely, who know the region, know that Serbia is absolutely nobody's puppet. And we appreciate that Serbia on many occasions has also had to turn its back on external pressure to maintain its military's neutrality and to exercise sovereign decisions about Serbia's future. And we would agree that Serbia's future is a future of Western and European orientation. Now, we do understand that the government of Serbia decided in September to suspend all international military cooperation for 6 months. But I will say that we were disappointed by our inability to engage with the Ministry of Defense and Serbian armed forces during this period. And we are really looking forward to resuming those engagements in the future. Looking back a couple of years ago, I was in Belgrade and I had the opportunity to engage with then Minister of Interior Stefanovic as Navy SEALs, U.S. Navy SEALs were training Ministry of Interior forces and law enforcement elite. Looking back to that opportunity to engage with him, I am certainly looking forward to an opportunity to engage with him again as Minister of Defense, because we really do have a lot to work on together. And here's where I'll conclude by saying that in Washington right now at the Defense Department, we are looking forward to hearing from the Serbian Ministry of Defense on how they want to expand our bilateral defense cooperation. We are ready to participate in bilateral defense consultations as soon as Serbia sets the agenda for those talks. We can imagine a long list of potential new areas where we could cooperate, whether you're talking about combined deployments and exercises, or you're talking about defense industry engagement, a whole host of security cooperation and training programs, and of course, professional military education opportunities. But this is where we are ready to listen and ready to talk. Before I close, I think it's important to leave on a slightly more multilateral note, because in addition to our very strong bilateral engagement and growing bilateral engagement with Serbia, we also appreciate Serbia's participation in regional forums that forge regional cooperation and stability. I would cite in particular the U.S. Adriatic Charter. We've seen Serbia increasingly playing a role by participating in this forum, working with partners, working with allies to look at shared regional challenges. And we look forward to continuing to talk to Belgrade in this important forum. As we look to transition to the panels, I think there are a lot of questions on the table for the group. And I look forward to checking in to hear what the other panels have to say on what are our key challenges and key impediments to deepening the U.S.-Serbia relationship. What are the challenges that we can work on together to increase the stability and security of the Western Balkans and Europe? I know you have a great group of people speaking to you, many friends, including our ambassador, Anthony Godfrey, General Hodges, Damon Wilson. So I'm sure they will have answers to these questions by the end of the conference. So I'll just close by echoing the Secretary General of NATO, Secretary General Stoltenberg, who stated, "Serbia is a sovereign country, and we respect the security arrangements that Serbia chooses. And we, the United States, will stand by Serbia and cooperate, regardless of what path Serbia takes." I want to close by thanking the team at CEAS for inviting me here today and saying that I hope to see all of you in person in the Western Balkans sometime, hopefully in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, for those insights and remarks and this overview also of the shared history of the U.S. and Serbia, and also for looking ahead to some of the panels, some of the questions, for posing some of the questions that we can tackle during the upcoming panels. And I think it was good you ended on a quote with Mr. Secretary General Stoltenberg. That leads me. That's a nice segue into getting Mark Di Paolo on next.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jorgen, very much. It's great to see U.S. and EU colleagues online, and especially thanks to Jelena and the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies. This is a useful and interesting event. You're right, Jorgen. I'm not John Manza. He was called away suddenly to meet with Secure and other senior NATO leadership to discuss NATO's Resolute Support mission in Afghanistan. It's a dynamic situation in Afghanistan right now, and negotiations towards a comprehensive peace agreement are ongoing as all sides prepare for the possibility of reduced U.S. force levels there. I should point out that at the height of the NATO mission in Afghanistan, there were 50 NATO allies and partner nations working together in Afghanistan. Partners have been a very important part of our response to the 2001 attack on the United States, but partners are equally vital to NATO in many other contexts as well. And that is especially true for our relationship with Serbia. Serbia is important to NATO, and NATO, we hope, is important to Serbia. Not least because stability in the Western Balkans and stability in the broader Euro-Atlantic region, those are linked. And it goes without saying that a strong, stable, and democratic Serbia is key to stability in the Western Balkans. And we want the same things for the region: security, prosperity, and a good life for our citizens there. And so we've demonstrated over time that we're willing to work together in order to achieve those goals, and I think to good effect. Some of you may be surprised to know that the NATO-Serbia formal partnership is now 14 years old. We have regular high-level contacts, and I think you may be aware that our Secretary General, that Laura so kindly mentioned, has a special link with Serbia, having spent part of his childhood there. And we also have a very good cooperation framework to capture the work that we do together with Serbia, that stretches from political dialogue to military interoperability to crisis management and disaster response. So it's quite broad. By the way, NATO also has an office in Belgrade with the mission of supporting Serbia in its NATO cooperation programs. And so we cooperate well together to foster security and stability. And I'm happy to throw out just a few examples, cognizant that we might be running short of time. First, NATO and Serbia work together to develop Serbian armed forces capability to participate in multinational UN operations and EU crisis management operations. And I should highlight, the places where these Serbian forces go, like Lebanon, Central African Republic, Somalia, these are not easy places to go, but the Serbians do it, and they do it well. NATO's role in that process is to support Serbia's goals for defense reform, including the professionalization and training of armed forces. So it's a two-way street, however. Serbia has worked with NATO to train Iraqi military and civilian personnel. I think that was in 2017 and ongoing. And we're grateful for that work that was done at an early stage of NATO reestablishing its presence in Iraq. So that was a substantial and lasting contribution from Serbia. NATO allies have helped Serbia to destroy surplus ammunition, weapons, and explosives. And that's a project which benefits Serbia, but also the region. So it's good for all of us. 2 years ago, back in September 2018, Serbia hosted the largest ever NATO consequence management field exercise. There were about 2,000 participants from 40 countries. And I have to say, Serbia did a fantastic job organizing and executing that event. And we haven't done another one since. Maybe it's because it will be difficult to match it. I also want to highlight Serbia as a very active participant in NATO's Science for Peace and Security program in areas ranging from energy security to human security and a host of other things. So there is a lot of cooperation happening, and all of that cooperation is done with full respect for Serbian sovereignty, military neutrality, and at Serbia's invitation. So for reasons that are not related specifically to NATO-Serbia cooperation, we're now in a period where Serbia has suspended its defense cooperation, has been mentioned. We hope it will be only for 6 months, but we do understand why, and I think both sides are ready and willing to resume cooperation when that period has passed. Some activities will be delayed that we had planned with Serbia, but our extensive non-defense activities are continuing, and perhaps most importantly, our political dialogue continues without interruption. Alongside all of that, NATO's KFOR mission has an excellent professional working relationship with the Serbian armed forces, and this is obviously a key element of security in the region, and that has not been affected by the suspension of defense cooperation. And of course, I should add that NATO fully supports the continuation of the EU facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. So in these sorts of conversations, someone's always thinking about the NATO-Serbia relationship. Certainly we heard about the US-Serbia relationship, fascinating, and about the future of the relationship. So I would want to maybe finish with two points. First, the past is the past, which we shouldn't forget, of course, but we do need to move forward. Serbia has taken that approach, and I would say very successfully. The range and the scope of its cooperation with NATO demonstrates that the benefits of cooperation are mutual. And secondly, the future is Serbia's choice to make. NATO fully respects Serbia's decision to remain neutral. We have other partners who have made the same choice, and we cooperate very well with them on their terms. It's not a problem. There's no pressure, no hidden agenda from the NATO side. Our interest is in working together constructively to achieve shared goals. So it's a relationship that's important to us. We appreciate being invited to this forum so that we could tell you and everyone that the relationship is important to us, and we're grateful for the collaboration that we have with Serbia. So I'll pause there, Jorgen, and turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you so much for this. I appreciate that you were able to run through your messages very fast, and so we can, but we can still build on those insights and the message that you're sending. I especially, I think personally, appreciated your the concrete examples you gave in this talk, and I think we can take them along forward in the panels to come. And looking at the time, I see we're just running a little bit late, but we're actually, according to the program, we're moving directly to the second panel, which is let me just see. Yeah, it's the second panel, Serbia and NATO, New Governments, New Trends, which is moderated by a fellow Scandinavian. I'm Danish, and this is Lieutenant Colonel Egil Daltveit.
For new watchers, welcome to the second panel, Serbia and NATO, New Governments, New Trends. First, there should be on your screen, down to the right, a globe that you can click on and pick Serbian or English. If you, and then you can follow. I will briefly introduce the panel first. We have from the Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Sasha Kostic is a Minister Counselor at the Department for NATO and Partnership for Peace. The NATO representative is Ms. Carmen Romero. She's the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy in the Public Diplomacy Division in NATO headquarters. It's Ms. Vesna Markovic, who is the Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. And she is a Member of Parliament from the Serbian Progressive Party. We have Dr. Andrew Michta, who is the Dean of the George C. Marshall Center at the College of International and Security Studies. I've been informed that he will have to leave us at 1700 hours due to another pressing engagement, but I'm looking forward to have his insights before he leaves. Then we have Ms. Susanna Grubješić, who's the director of the Center for Strategic Analysis and Prognosis and a former Vice Prime Minister of the Serbian government. And then last but not least, Jelena Milic, who's the director of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies here in Belgrade. I have asked each of the 6 panelists to start with a 5-minute introduction. I will then give each of them 2 to 3 minutes to respond to the introductions by the others before we start a debate, and we bore into some of the questions that will have been raised and already have been raised by several of the initial speakers. I have asked very kindly, and I remind the speakers that we have 6 panelists and limited time, so please respect the timeline. And then the first speaker, Mr. Sasha Kostic from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia. Please, Sasha.
Good morning, everyone. At the beginning, I would like to thank Mrs. Milic and the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies for inviting me to participate. And at the same time, I'd like to pass the greetings of Nikola Selakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs, who unfortunately, due to some previous obligations, was unable to be one of the introductory speakers in the opening ceremony. I would just like to give a brief overview of our foreign policy priorities and the current situation in relations between Serbia and NATO. In the convocation of a government for 2012, Serbia has positioned itself as a credible, predictable partner and stability factor in the region. Security challenges are something that we all share, are common for us all. They are all transnational, regardless of whether we are talking about terrorism, organized crime, cyber or hybrid threats, proliferation of weapons and arms, illegal migrations, or human trafficking. This government will continue, together with the President of the Republic, to implement our current foreign policy course that has improved our position as a country and built our reputation as a stable country. However, we do have a problem, as you know, with our relations with Kosovo. Since the final status of Kosovo has not been resolved, we understand that only constructive dialogue can help us find sustainable solution to the benefit of peace and stability of the region. Our priorities are protection of stability and territorial sovereignty of our country, membership in the EU, promotion of regional cooperation, nourishing partnership relations with all our allies and partners. This is something that we will stand behind in the future and further reaffirm our country on the global scene. Membership in the EU is our strategic objective. We are certain that EU integration of our region is the only guarantee of its peace and security and prosperity. We are using all the instruments available offered to us by the EU, including participating in various joint missions. We have adopted a joint security and defense strategy that is harmonized with global EU strategy. So we have confirmed once again that membership in EU is our primary objective. Stability and peace in the region is one of our priorities as well, because the region can be stable if there is instability in any of its parts and if interest of one is being fulfilled against the interest of others. So we are a unified region, and we have to work and cooperate as such. And in that direction, it is of extreme importance to successfully implement initiative started by Aleksandar Vučić, President of Serbia, Prime Minister of Albania Edi Rama, and Zoran Zaev, Prime Minister of North Albania, entitled Mini Schengen. that will contribute creation of preconditions for economic development and strengthening stability of our region. Relations with NATO through Partnership for Peace program for Serbia represent an important area of foreign defense policy. They are clearly defined and are grounded in partnership cooperation in line with the military neutral policy of Serbia, without any pretensions of membership in the alliance, however, with full openness to continue developing cooperation in all areas of joint interest. In promotion of political dialogue between Serbia and NATO, we have strong contribution by meetings of General Secretary Jan Stoltenberg and President Vučić at the beginning of November of last year. Procedure of adoption of a second cycle of individual partnership action plan has been finalized. So IPAP, second cycle of IPAP has been signed from 2019 to 2021. New IPAP represents the continuity of the first cycle of IPAP that has been successfully implemented. Military neutrality is our clear, recognizable policy. Just as we respect the decision of our neighbors and partners to become members of NATO and other alliances, we are looking forward to cooperate with countries that are not members of NATO, and our position is quite clear, and we know that our partners understand it. We appreciate that our NATO partners understand and respect our position. Unfortunately, Serbia was under strong external pressures to step aside from our military neutrality policies and give up participation in military exercise in Belarus in order to ensure our principal positions. Serbia has brought a decision, the only possible decision at that time, to temporarily, for the period of 6 months, suspend all military cooperation exercises with all the external partners. This decision relates strictly to military cooperation and is implemented without exception. So in the upcoming period, members of our military will not participate in any activities with either military from the Western or Eastern countries. Of course, we are especially affected by the situation in Kosovo and Metohija. That is the greatest foreign policy challenge. We very much appreciate KFOR's activities in Kosovo and their strict implementation of UN Resolution 1244 mandate. We expect that KFOR remain in Kosovo and keep working proactively in order to prevent any kind of breach of the security situation in Kosovo. The situation in Kosovo and Metohija demands the continued, even enhanced presence of KFOR. This is why we appreciate NATO's position that the number of KFOR members is assessed in accordance with the situation on the ground and not some previously scheduled timetable. KFOR remains the only guarantor of the implementation of the UN resolution and protection of the Serbs who still remain living in Kosovo and the protection of their property and the property of Serbian Orthodox Church. So any withdrawal of KFOR would cause a breach of the violation of the resolution of 1244 and undermine the security in Kosovo. We know that some attempts have been made to, on the territory of Kosovo and Metohija, install a new security player on the ground for implementation of one-sided decisions on establishing the so-called Ministry of Defense of Kosovo. and initiate the process of transformation of the so-called Kosovo security forces into Kosovo army. Such one-sided attempts of Pristina represent the grave violation of the provisions of 1234 UN resolution and agreement from Kumano that give the mandate to KFOR solely when it comes to all the security issues on the territory of Kosovo and Metohija. International presence in Kosovo and any revision of the mandate can be declared null and void only via the new resolution of the UN. Cause for concern are also raised by the statements of representatives of the government of Pristina when it comes to compulsory military service for all Kosovo men in the length of 12 months. There is also an area of security around the monastery High Dechani that is continuously violated. It shows clearly that the Kosovo government does not uphold the decisions made by relevant institutions, including UNESCO, UN Organization for Protection of the Cultural Heritage. Finally, I want to reinstate that we are looking forward to further cooperation between NATO. We are looking forward to extending and enhancing our cooperation for the benefit of both sides in order to ensure stability and security of not just Serbia, but the region. Relations between Serbia and NATO are delicate due to the heritage of the past and NATO bombing of then Yugoslavia without decision of the United Nations. I'm sorry, Mr. Kostic. Well, just 2 sentences. So these events of the past cannot be forgotten, and we will always remember, memorize casualties. But we are certain that nothing like this should happen ever again. So this event that is called either NATO aggression or NATO campaign, and we insist on the fact that this was aggression, but we understand that we have different perspective on these events. However, both sides need to do everything to ensure that that nothing like this occurs again and the stability is maintained throughout the region. Thank you once again.
Mr. Kostic, for your comprehensive introduction. I will now hand over to Ms. Carmen Romero, the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy of NATO. Please.
Good afternoon from Brussels. It is a pleasure to join you in this important discussion because we see Serbia as a very valued, respected, and also a very important partner for the alliance. And as my colleague Mark Di Paolo just said, Serbia is important to NATO, and NATO is also important to Serbia. From the outset, I would like to stress what others have already said, which is that Serbia is really key to the stability of the Western Balkans. It's really a force for good in the Western Balkans, and stability in the Western Balkans goes hand in hand with stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. Both NATO and Serbia want peace, security, prosperity for our citizens, and we, with our partnership, are actively working together to help make this a reality. And this is why our partnership is worth for both sides. This panel is about assessing the NATO-Serbia relations in light of important recent events. One of them is our support to the fight against COVID-19. And this pandemic has been an unprecedented challenge to us all, and it continues to have a profound impact on our people and on our societies, on our economies. NATO, I would like to share with you what has done. NATO has responded in 2 ways to COVID-19. First, protecting our forces to remain ready to deal with any security threat, and also by making sure that this health crisis does not become a security crisis. And second, by showing strong solidarity supporting civilian efforts. NATO has facilitated the airlift of medical equipment, the transport of medical personnel and patients, and also the construction of field hospitals. We have shown solidarity with members of the alliance and with our partners. And something that I think is important is the fact that NATO has responded to all calls for assistance without distinction. This pandemic has demonstrated the value of nations working together and supporting each other. Individual NATO allies have provided critical medical assistance to Serbia and also to other countries in the Western Balkans. Turkey, for example, has provided masks and test kits to Serbia and other nations in the region. And also the Czech Republic has worked with Serbia to develop filters for masks. And this was done under a NATO umbrella, under a NATO program of cooperation amongst defense education institutions. Our alliance, in this case through KFOR, has provided medical equipment to all communities in Kosovo, and this includes the Serbian population as well as Serbian minorities in countries of the region. So NATO's response to this global crisis and the support provided to partners in the Western Balkans is, in my view, a tangible example of renewed trust in how mutually beneficial the relationship between Serbia and NATO is and will continue to be in the future. In times of need, we can help each other on top of the many other benefits of our political and practical partnership. COVID-19 has also led to an increase in disinformation and propaganda. You also asked me and asked the members of the panel to speak about this. In propaganda, disinformation is aiming to undermine our democracies and also deepen divisions. As we have seen, facts and clear communications can really save lives during a health crisis. And NATO has actually practiced this throughout the pandemic, communicating facts and also communicating about the key role that our militaries have been playing in support of national civilian efforts responding to this pandemic. Proactive, factual, and credible communications, in my view, are the best way to counter disinformation and also to help build resilience in our societies. This is why we are working very closely with civil society to support local projects to increase resilience to disinformation, both in our member states, but also in partner nations. The local expertise of civil society organizations cannot be matched. We have worked closely with a number of Serbian institutions to support our efforts to promote dialogue and also awareness about the alliance. One example of this was a series of 10 short videos that were titled Serbia and NATO 2020, View to the Future, and they were published by the Media and Reform Center, NIS. These videos were created in Serbia on topics directly linked to NATO to build understanding of our relationship and also increase resilience to fails against fails narratives. We have supported as well the Fund for Democratic and Social Initiatives, which is based in Serbia, to develop a timely, what I think is a timely documentary on women, COVID and security. And we have helped amplify this work across Serbia and internationally on digital channels. These are just two examples of the many grassroots projects that NATO and the Public Diplomacy Division of NATO supports to increase dialogue and understanding of our role in the region. We are always looking to broaden our relationship with civil society, and we would also welcome new proposals for projects from organizations from the civil society in Serbia. More broadly, we view coordination and cooperation as key to effectively counter disinformation, and this is a challenge that no one nation or organization can address alone. So we are working very closely with others. And this is why we are also actively exploring new ways to engage with allies and partners, including Serbia. As we have seen, this is particularly important when dealing with a crisis that is very fast moving, such as COVID-19. You have also asked the members of this panel to speak briefly about the impact on NATO-Serbia relations of the ongoing efforts to normalize the situation between Belgrade and Pristina. As you know, We are strong supporters of the EU-mediated dialogue, and we also welcome the recent agreement facilitated by the United States on the normalization of economic relations. Recent achievements are good for all of us because dialogue is the only way to go. So every political step towards a good relationship between Belgrade and Pristina is critical not only for Serbia and Kosovo, but also for regional peace and for our own security, the security of the whole Euro-Atlantic area. Speaking now about the broader region, we all agree. I think I have heard also this from Mr. Kostic, that KFOR continues to play an important role as a projector of stability in the region. And I can reassure you that KFOR will remain in Kosovo for as long as necessary. But we all know that the long-lasting solution can only be political. So this takes me to the last point, which is the importance of regional cooperation. This is essential for the stabilization of the Western Balkans. And in my view, the partnership between NATO and Serbia will continue to contribute to enhance regional cooperation. So now, just to conclude, I would like to stress a few points. Is the fact that we in NATO care about our mature. Mr. Kostic said it's a delicate partnership, it's true, but I also see this as a very mature partnership between NATO and Serbia, and we stand ready to develop it further. It is only through cooperation and dialogue that we will create a stronger and more stable Western Balkans region. So despite our differences, we have many, but despite of them, NATO and Serbia relations will remain critical for both parties over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. I will now hand over the word to Ms. Vesna Markovic, who's the Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. Ms. Markovic, the floor is yours.
Hvala. Najprije bih želela da pozdravim sve učesnike ove konferencije I da se
First, I would like to thank the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and welcome all the colloquiators today. I think this is a topic that is very important to our general public, first and foremost. And later I will try to explain as to why I said that. The first association to NATO for general public is in 1999. And after 21 years, the very mention of NATO wakes negative emotions among our citizens. In spite of the fact that in the past 2 decades, there were numerous positive activities and experiences, not related solely to military activities, because NATO is not just a military but political alliance. So you might wonder why this is still so. At the moment when Serbia was bombed, there were 19 countries in NATO. Now there's 30. NATO does not have their own army. This is the army of the member states of NATO that jointly participate in operations. Some of the countries, members of the NATO, we see as very friendly, like Italy, for example, and their army has participated in bombing, and yet we still have very negative attitudes towards NATO alliance in general. The greatest foreign trade exchange, over 60%, the major investments are coming from the countries of EU, and the majority of these countries are EU member states, NATO member states. And when asked, our citizens believe the countries of the EU, who are at the same time member states of NATO, are the ones where they would like to live or where their children should get education. Norway, Sweden, Finland are also countries that we look up to, and most of our citizens have actually no idea how many of these countries are members of NATO and which are not. So we can see this in the result of the CEAS poll. So One of the reasons for this type of the public opinion is instrumentalization of general public opinion in the interest of various political parties. So some media or political parties try to manipulate this topic to the maximum. Media bear responsibility, but not just the media, but all of us in the political circles, all of us in public authorities have responsibility to inform our citizens about our primary foreign policy interests. Membership in EU is number one, as my colleague has mentioned. And there are some situations where you simply have to put emotions aside and be guided by your own interests and benefits coming from cooperation with partners, or in this particular case, NATO alliance. We should also raise awareness about the importance of the regional cooperation, of bilateral cooperation with the countries of the region, and it is of great interest for Serbia and NATO alliance in general to promote cooperation in combating terrorism, irregular migration, cyber attacks, the management of emergency responses and crisis management, like the one with pandemic of COVID. I'm sure that we will continue expanding our cooperation in all these levels. I will reflect the Washington Agreement briefly because it represents a new stage in relations between Serbia and the United States. A new page has been opened in relations between our two countries, and the United States have recognized Serbia as a credible partner in the Balkan by establishing the development fund here in Belgrade. However, the Washington Agreement has introduced a new dimension, new component in relations between Belgrade and Pristina as well in their dialogue because it focused on economic cooperation, and I think it's of key importance to keep people in Kosovo to raise their quality of life. So creation of mini Schengen, this joint economic sphere, will definitely affect stability and peace in our region and overall economic development. In the meeting in Brussels, we're in the presence of Matthew Pavlov and Miroslav Lajčák, also contributed to promoting this dialogue further. Because we are all aware that stability of the region largely depends on improvement of relations between Belgrade and Pristina. I hope I was brief enough. And I'm sure that there will be some questions later on.
Thank you, Ms. Markovic. The next panelist is the Dean of the George C. Marshall Center, the College of International and Security Studies, Mr. Andrew Mitchell. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the hosts and our Serbian friends for inviting me to speak. I am speaking in my private capacity as analyst, not necessarily representing the views of the Marshall Center or the Defense Department. I'd like to make 3 points very briefly, if I may, about the impact of this pandemic on NATO and the transatlantic community, broadly speaking. The first and the most important one will be consensus on China as a power in Europe. The COVID has shifted a lot of attention to China's role, China's behavior in the international system. The United States looks at China as both a military problem set and an economic problem set. In Europe, my assessment is China is viewed still predominantly from the economic perspective. There has been some changes, a more level-headed approach to how China has behaved in Europe and in the larger transatlantic community. But I think this will be a key priority. And I think a NATO High Reflection Group that's currently working on this, led by Wes Mitchell and Thomas de Maizière, is going to address that issue. I think it has to be addressed. The second one is the stress on defense budgets. To manage the impact of the pandemic, both the United States and our allies have spent huge amounts of money. And that is coming at a time when maintaining defense spending levels that the alliance has agreed to reach and rebuilding real usable exercised capabilities is a key challenge, especially in light of the revisionist pressure from Russia on the eastern flank and the larger global pressure from China worldwide. So that will be a huge impact of COVID. And we don't really know at this point to what extent the government priorities across the alliance will need to shift to respond to this. The third one, very briefly, and that was already mentioned by the NATO representative, coordinating our messaging and countering Chinese misinformation in this era of great power competition. I think this will be a critical task for the alliance. I think we're going to be rediscovering that we are an alliance of values, first and foremost, that we share those core principles, and no amount of transatlantic friction or bickering can overshadow that particular aspect. We are an alliance of free people, and those values are absolutely critical going forward, especially now as we are confronted not just with one near-peer military competitor, as we did during the Cold War, but in fact two. While I mentioned early on that Russia is a revisionist power, it wants to revise the post-Cold War order, China actually wants to replace the existing liberal international order with an order based on its values and on its priorities. I think NATO solidarity, allied solidarity, especially as we're exiting this crisis, being able to truly work with each other, whether it's about sharing information, distributing vaccine, distributing therapeutics, maintaining our resourcing of our defenses will be absolutely critical. And I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Hvala. Sljedeći panelista je Suzana Grubješić, koja je direktorka Centra za spoljnu analizu i bivša potpredsjednica Vlade Republike Srbije. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, your Serbian is excellent. Thank you. Just like everyone, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to Center to Euro-Atlantic Studies. And as 5 o'clock is approaching, we are always keeping shorter and shorter our contributions. So I'll try to not reiterate what the previous speakers have been saying about cooperation between Serbia and NATO and between Serbia and United States. I will try to open the issue of our military neutrality a bit, because Serbia is surrounded by NATO member states, and in addition to everything, membership in NATO and membership, first and foremost, in EU means being aligned with common foreign and security policy. Military neutrality can, on one hand, be one of the obstacles to accession to EU, but on the other hand, it is not impossible that Serbian status as military neutral country in the perspective be acceptable by other EU member states. The question is just whether it's in the interest of Serbia, but is it plausible at all, bearing in mind the new security challenges where neutrality cannot respond fully. Our military neutrality has been declared in 2007 with the resolution of our National Assembly. But last year, in 2019, it was once again confirmed through 2 strategic documents, National Defense Strategy and National Security Strategy, and they both state that cooperation with NATO is in the interest, and a cooperation with Russian military is our orientation. So we have clearly declared a military neutrality, and I don't think that there's a clear decision by our foreign partners to accept this as a principle. We often compare ourselves with the 7 military neutral states who are EU members, who have a permanent neutrality that is practically incomparable with ours, because it's grounded on a different historical context, and their neutrality was more of expression or compromise between great powers than their own personal decision. Austria, Switzerland, Ireland, Finland, Cyprus and Malta. And I think that our military neutrality can mostly be compared with Moldavia, but is also declared military neutrality due to problems that they have with a part of their territory. And this was the case with Serbia, with Kosovo, with the state policy towards Kosovo. Military neutrality was declared in 2007, once again confirmed in these two strategic documents, as I mentioned, in 2019. So it's not defined by domestic legislation. It's not defined by our constitution. Constitution was adopted in 2006, a year before military neutrality was declared. But if the constitution is to be changed and amended due to membership in EU, because certainly this is going to happen, at least when it comes to a couple of its provisions, military neutrality would have to be introduced in the constitution. And this would also entail developing our own military industry and our own military that practically solely relies on our own devices when it comes to equipment, when it comes to education and training, etc. Defense of the interest is to promote national security through the active EU integrations. So this is where Angelina mentioned comes into fore, and this is common foreign and security policy. Our general public does not know to what extent our country participates with European Defence Agency, and to what extent are we being harmonized with European Union. Because for Serbia, it can be very interesting to participate in permanent European structured cooperation, because since we are striving to become a member, we could simply continue our policy of military neutrality, because the members of PESCO are also military neutral countries who are EU member states. And through participation in PESCO, their status is not put in question. European Union is for its policies affecting changes of military neutrality of certain member states, but not change of the overall concept of neutrality. So this is what I have wanted to highlight. Just let me summarize. So Serbia can have a problem in the process of accession, harmonization with common foreign and security policy. But on the other hand, it's not necessarily going to be a problem, because depending on how the process is going to be established, the country itself can decide upon this issue. So this is so much from me.
The next speaker needs no introduction. It is, of course, the director of CEAS, Jelena Milic. The floor is yours.
Ms. Grubušić gave me an excellent segue into the fact that we may have issues regarding European integration. Ms. Eichhorst mentioned that already. The European Union already is a security community, but since no one mentioned the presentations and latest opinion polls that we sent to you, let me use this opportunity to say 46% of Serbian citizens said that European integration needs to continue if the European Union becomes a defense community. So arguments regarding military neutrality and NATO do not have much to do with military neutrality. For 10 years or 20 years, we can talk like let's forget the past and look towards the future. We can talk for 20 years that NATO is good for the economy, but it's to no avail. Serbia is a special case because of the bombing and because of the Kosovo negotiations. Also, we can talk as much as we want about fighting disinformation in principle, and we have a new term now, the pandemic. For years, Serbia has been the ground of a hybrid disinformation campaign by people who are very influential in the faculty of medicine, and but it's supported by Sputnik and by Russia, and an increasing number of documentaries that are being used to promote this around the world. We fought as much as we could, probably destroying CEAS in the whole process. We never had means to fight disinformation. You have fact checkers wherever you want, but we are above this. The problem is the fact that 80% of Serbian citizens believe that there is a cancer epidemic in Serbia, which is directly caused by the use of depleted uranium in the bombing. Add to this the fact that we hear 2 or 3 sentences a year disputing this, that NATO ambassadors in the country rarely tried to fight this on a daily basis, because this is something that's being done on a daily basis. We have this person saying that the World Health Organization is an exponent of the military industrial complex of the US, that the vaccines for MMR and smallpox may be poisoned due to the pressure to recognize Kosovo. This is a professor of the Faculty of Medicine in Belgrade, 2 days ago, who 2 days ago received a medal. So I know a few things myself. Maybe Sasha can confirm how many other civil society organizations came to him and to Ambassador Filipovic and sat with him for 3 or 4 hours, going word per word for the second cycle of the individual partnership action plan, just like CEAS and myself did. But this other thing needs to be tackled as well. The results are showing this. It's horrible that so few Serbian citizens understand that most EU members are also members of NATO. So who is responsible here? People often say that all results would be much better if only CEAS and Jelena Milic didn't deal with NATO. But I never saw that we ever forbade anyone to deal with these topics. There are many organizations of civil society that deal with disinformation and websites. None of their findings never crossed to the dark side and try to address this on national television. But let us not include these talks about European integration and boil them down to just negotiations and not mention all the points of cooperation between the European Union and NATO. So why not mention this? We need to mention this every day, because the other side uses all moments of misunderstandings between the European Union, NATO, and Serbia. We cannot cluster ourselves. These 80% of Serbian citizens who support strengthening cooperation with NATO, this it happened in the past 4 years when we saw, and as the director of CEAS, I supported this. There was this kind of separation from NATO and the bombing and a return to history. So we returned to history. We talked about large partnerships. I would like to close this part of my by this quote from the Wall Street Journal. If we have to fight Sputnik here every day with war criminals and murderers, I think we don't have to fight Wall Street Journal. Did anyone in NATO ever respond to this? I think it would be useful. Thank you.
That we would have each of you would come back, but as a collective, the panel has used quite a large amount of time, so we will move directly to a discussion. And since Professor Michta will be the first to leave us, I will ask him to comment as an analyst. And of course, there is a lot of very interesting and very important themes that I've brought up. But I ask you what Sasha Kostic started with by stating very clearly that the strategic goal of Serbia is an EU membership. And we were also reminded, both in the previous panel at the opening by Angelina Eichhorst, that EU is becoming a security union. And she gave a very strong call for Serbia to move towards the EU's foreign and security policy, because that is a direct result of Serbia's strategic aim. Professor, could you talk as an analyst? How do you see this this influencing on it's on a tangent to the NATO relationship, but it influences Serbia's strategic world. How do you see this? I now get the message that he already has had to leave us. Then I will, the question that I already asked to him, I asked the rest of the panel to answer, and then maybe I can start with the one who has had to now been quiet for the longest, Mr. Sasha Kostic.
Hvala.
Thank you. When it comes to relations between Serbia and European Union, I've already mentioned that the successful process of accession, strategic objective of Serbia. We all spoke about the concept of military neutrality and sustainability, or preserving this military neutrality in the process of accession to EU. I have to highlight that neutrality, military neutrality, does not mean isolation. In cooperation with NATO, just as an example, Serbia is building its capacity for participation in multinational international missions of both EU and the UN. So the process of cooperation with EU and NATO is very much complementary. Neutrality as a concept is very broad, as Mrs. Suzana Grubjušić elaborated, and of course we can talk at length about what military neutrality of Sweden means, or military non-alignment of Finland, or constitutional neutrality of Switzerland. But when it comes to Serbia, membership in NATO is not a topic, neither for Serbia nor for NATO at this moment in time. The topic is extending and enhancing our cooperation, and I think that there's huge potential for both. I'm not going to take more of your time, so this is what I wanted to say.
On this question.
The floor? Well, what the question about Serbia joining the European Union, I can say from a NATO perspective that NATO strongly supports Serbia becoming a member of the European Union, because this will increase security, this will increase stability, not only in Serbia, but also in the Western Balkans and in the Euro-Atlantic community. And if I may, I wanted to say that very interesting points have been made during these interventions, and I wanted to comment on some of the points. For example, Mr. Kostic, it's great to share this platform with you. We have worked for many years together in the NATO corridors, and we have been coordinated public communications. I agree with Mr. Kostic on the fact that Serbia is a credible partner in the region and also for NATO. And I also agree with him that NATO fully respects the fact that NATO membership is not a topic in Serbia, and that's something that NATO fully respects, while also Serbia is working on becoming a member of the European Union, and while Serbia continues to cooperate very, very closely with NATO. So both things are compatible and actually complement each other. I would like to say Vesna Markovic, she made very, very interesting points about the Serbian public opinion. Serbian public opinion very much respected by NATO. And actually, I fully understand the fact that when NATO is being raised in Serbia, it awakens, as you said, negative emotions in public. And as you know, the Secretary General of NATO has done everything to share his regrets and his condolences with the victims, the families of the victims of the bombing. And it's very important. I think what you said, Vesna, is important in the sense that we, public authorities, institutions like NATO, we have the responsibility to explain to our public opinions the benefits of this cooperation and partnership, and that the past is very painful, but we need to look into the future. And this is why it's important that we work with the civil society in Serbia, and that we talk to each other, that we increase dialogue, and that we increase understanding, because only by doing this together, the public opinion in Serbia will be able to judge on their own. And I'm very concerned about the results of the opinion poll. And I think that it is really our responsibility to do everything in a credible, in a factual way to increase the awareness of the benefits that this partnership brings to all of us.
Ms. Markovic, intervention already has drawn comments, and it would be interesting. You pointed at interesting facts in your opening about the public opinion. It would be interesting to ask you, how can you, from a position in the Serbian parliament and also the Serbian government, you of course belong to the majority party, how can you contribute to change this public opinion?
If I answered your question directly, the answer would be very difficult. Exactly because of the fact that we need media support, and we have none, or sufficient media support regarding this topic. And also, there is disinformation that Jelena mentioned. Jelena is the only one who mentioned it, and it's very difficult to counter this. You know, we cannot, as a country, prevent someone from spreading disinformation. That is a very hard thing to do. This is something that I participated in numerous conferences in Brussels and elsewhere in the European Union where the topic was fake news, but no one really had a specific solution as to how we can combat this in the proper way. I hope that in the future we may find a way, if we're talking about the truth. Speaking the truth is one of the ways, but there's another thing that I wanted to mention before you asked this question. I wanted to comment on the fact that the results of the poll regarding support to the European Union. Jelena said that it's 46%, so I would say that for years it's been around 50%. But I think this is a very high percentage given the fact that the European Union does not deal with enlargement as it had in the period before Brexit, before the migrant crisis, before terrorist attacks, before 2015. The European Union is facing its own internal challenges and problems. The proposal of France is to deal with its own internal problems and then to discuss enlargement. So this is the messaging that is reaching the Serbian population, which is why I think this percentage is actually very high, given the messages that we're receiving. And I agree with anyone who's saying that enlargement is important not only for the stability of the region, but also for the stability of the European Union, because of all the reasons I mentioned, which is also the reasons why it is important to cooperate not only with the European Union, but also with the alliance because of counterterrorism and the current challenges regarding COVID. So I won't mention all these examples, but I want to say that Serbia opened, out of a total of 35 chapters, it opened 18 chapters. I have been a member of the European integration team. So the most problematic chapter is chapter 35 regarding relations between Belgrade and Pristina. This is a specific point that no other candidate had, and our membership and further progress, as I have already said, depends on the progress of our dialogue with Pristina. But if we consider the dialogue and everything that's happening and the pause that we have had since the Washington Agreement and all other events in the European Union, I think that this moment, of course, if we consider the pandemic as well, at this moment it is very hard to deal with all these challenges and to deal with the opening of every chapter and progress in this direction.
Susanna, your initial comments already has evoked comments and reflection among the other panelists. Another topic that was touched upon was that when Mr. Stoltenberg was here 2 years ago now, he very publicly and symbolically said to the Serbian people that he regrets the loss of innocent life. And it is now 21 years. So there are, is there a reciprocal move on the Serbian side to meet that open hand from Mr. Stoltenberg? Because that was a very emotional way of going about it. So is there a reciprocal move from the Serbian side? And what could that be? And where could that lead us?
The way I see the reciprocity where we could meet is a foreign policy strategy of Serbia where European integration, cooperation with NATO would be included, and regional cooperation as well. So it would be clearer if we had a clear foreign policy strategy. It would be easier to deal with accession. Chapter 31 is also another specific thing that we have. 31 is alignment with the common foreign policy and defense policy of the European Union, regardless of the fact that we are in the accession process. We have been since 2014. We can't even open this chapter, and let alone speak about closing it. So we have no screening report. It's questionable whether or when we will receive it, because our percentage of compliance with the common European foreign policy was only 48 for this year and 60% for last year. So there are some things that should be done, but since most citizens in Serbia and the majority of the international community and Serbian authorities support the concept of military neutrality, I think that this will remain the policy in the coming period. The European Union will not change its policy regarding Russia, nor will we change our own policy drastically. So we will be in this limbo where we cannot open this important chapter towards the European Union.
Jelena Milic, you are now at the 8th NATO week, and it is, I think, pertinent to ask you, where have you seen the relationship between Serbia and NATO develop over the course of 8 NATO weeks? Maybe you can reflect on the developments that you have seen, and so maybe we can then see from the retrospect how we can move forward.
Interesantno mi je da gospođa Romero
It is interesting to me, Mrs. Romero has referred to all other panelists except mine, but it is very good the General Secretary has apologized for civilian victims and expressed his condolences, and this is something that needs to be reiterated as often as possible. This is actually the 10th NATO week in 8 years. To be more precise, the relations would actually are actually very good. Some accuse me that the relations would be much better without me, but the very fact that Serbia is participating in NATO missions organized by NATO, that we have trained medical experts for Iraq, does not go in hand with the rhetorics either of the state or the rhetorics of the media, which is why only very small percentage of citizens support our membership in NATO, and yet more than 50% would support actually becoming members of EU, even if EU becomes a security organization. So we have to bear in mind that the citizens are actually not quite aware of how many members of EU are also the members of NATO. It will actually be of great assistance if the ambassadors to Serbia who are coming from EU member states would mention it when they address the general public in Serbia. Unfortunately, our media are very much focused on reporting about some sensational news and finding things to accuse President Vučić of making a mistake when he's stating GDP figures or bragging with some economic success that Serbia has achieved. CEAS, unfortunately, is very much on its own in promoting membership in NATO. I would love to see other CSOs offer support to this, but this is not happening. And let me just close my intervention with a brief observation. I'm not moaning and complaining, but rather trying to summarize as to what to do next. What are the lessons of these 10 conferences? It took 3 mails to communicate with Deputy Assistant of the State Department and the top-ranking officials of the United States, and we finished everything ever since. And actually, since then, nobody bothered me with minutiae or details. We have invited to this conference all leading think tanks focusing on European integrations whose assessment affect the progress report of the EU and the general image created about Serbia in the center of powers and where the political decision makers are when it comes to the policies towards Serbia. Only Mrs. Grubisic has agreed, and all other think tanks have actually dismissed us and our invitations. So bear this in mind as well.
That was raised by Professor Michta was the stress on budgets in general and defense budget in particular as a result of COVID-19. And we know all that Serbia is in the unfortunate situation that its GDP is at the same level that it was 30 years ago, before the decade of troubles, if we can call it that. So the economy is of, and President Vučić has said so on many occasions, that it's vital to Serbia. If we then look at the largest conflict which has ever ridden this world, the Second World War, the two countries who were the main losers, Japan and Germany, 20 years after the World War was over, were economic miracles. Are there anything that can be learned from the German and Japanese example after the Second World War by Serbia? And I ask this openly and take the floor if someone wants to answer.
So I will not elaborate on how also Serbia could become an economic miracle, which I hope it will happen. But what I can say in relation to defense spending and investment in our security is what the Secretary General of NATO very often says, and it is that with COVID-19, our security challenges have not diminished. The contrary, our security challenges have become even more unpredictable, and this is why, despite the difficult economic situation, it's important that all of us continue to invest in our security and continue to invest in our prosperity, which is basically in the defense, because we have seen the important role that our armed forces can play in supporting civilian efforts in response to a crisis such as of this pandemic, and resilience is very important. So we need to think about that. The fact that there is a downturn in our economies doesn't mean that we will not. We will have to continue to invest in our security, and actually, by investing in security and defense, this can also create economic opportunities also for our people.
Any of the others in the panel want to comment? Wants to comment. I got that invite now.
Before I forget, soon the trial before domestic courts in Serbia will begin for members of NATO due to the alleged effects of depleted uranium. They will be aided by a lawyer from Italy. I talked to Stefano Stefanini, about whom, and Dr. Radovanovic, everyone tried to explain this to me. So a court cannot dispute medical findings and facts. An Italian attorney is here. He's in the media every day. So pay close attention to this. 4 or 5 is low, but let us not go into negative numbers. Thank you.
Any of the others in the panels want to comment on that question, or we move on to the next question? Mr. Kostic, as it was mentioned earlier that at the opening by Ms. Angelina Eichhorst, that the EU was very happy with Serbia joining the EU's declarations on Belarusia and on Nagorno-Karabakh. Can you say something about the process leading towards such a decision, and how to join such declaration, because it's a big step for any country to join declarations of an organization it's not part of. So maybe you could say something about this, and also about how you look at similar topics in the future.
Thank you for the question. Serbia is committed to, in this European integration process, Serbia is committed to gradually aligning its foreign and security policy with the positions of the European Union. This is a process. Ms. Grubješić mentioned that this percentage was around 60% last year. We have a commitment to, before actual accession to the European Union, fully align our position with the positions of the European Union, which will be the fact. at the moment when the accession process is ended. Until this moment, Serbia assesses on a case-to-case basis its own position, and based on this, it joins or fails to join, decides not to join the positions and declarations of the European Union. We assess this primarily based on our own foreign policy priorities and national and state interests. In this specific case, the two declarations on Belarus, Serbia decided to join this declaration. The European Union is an important partner. NATO is an important partner for us. But also China is an important partner, and the Russian Federation as well, in many areas, especially in the area of energy. In any case, Serbia, in its decision-making regarding joining declarations of the European Union, it assesses whether our position can have an impact on support to our own national interests. That is the status of Kosovo or our position in the defense of Security Council Resolution 1244. In any case, as I have mentioned myself, and Ms. Laura Cooper also mentioned in her introductory speech, so I will paraphrase. She said that Serbia is not sitting on two chairs, but it is responsibly building its own position in the international scene, and it wishes to have a place at the table on its own chair. Thank you.
Approximately 3 minutes left, so before I hand over to the next panel, if there is anyone else who would like to comment on this question, please.
On that, no.
Well, we are then right on time, and I would like to thank the 6 panelists who have given us very important insights. Mr. Sasha Kostic, Ms. Carmen Romero, Ms. Vesna Markovic, Professor Andrew Micha, Ms. Susana Grubasic, and last but not least, Ms. Jelena Milic. Thank you all for your contributions and for an open and good debate of many important questions and aspects. The next panel, panel 3, is This Is Us, Serbia 2020, where the latest CEAS opinion poll will be represented. And I have the great pleasure of handing over to a fellow Scandinavian again, Jörgen Samso. It is now you who are on the floor, and I apologize for not having lived up to your standard, but I hope that you will now rectify everything and make this go smoothly in the continuation. The floor is yours.
Now I think we should directly move on to something we've all been looking forward to, which is the latest and fresh from the press, so to speak, opinion poll, and I believe comparative analysis from the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and CEAS, the Center for Free Elections and Democracy. The title of the poll, as you have heard a few times before, is This Is Us, Serbia 2020. And this is the official launch and publication of this opinion poll. that investigates attitudes in Serbia towards the EU, NATO, Kosovo, and the US, including with a focus on the recently signed Washington Agreement, or agreements, I should maybe say, between US and Kosovo and the US and Serbia. And with us, I see, is Ivo Cholovic, who's the project director at the Center for Free Elections and Democracy. Welcome, Ivo. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Dobar dan, da, čujem vas.
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Thank you. And with us, we also have Daniel Rigio, who is the press officer at the Public Diplomacy Division at the NATO headquarters. I believe you're with us from Brussels. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon and dobar dan.
Dobar dan. I should mention that we have about 60 minutes for this panel, and for a little bit of technical housekeeping, as I also said before, to the audience, if you follow on either Zoom or YouTube, we'll be streaming in 2 channels with non-stop simultaneous translation into English and Serbian, and you can choose the language you wish to follow on the globe icon on the bottom right of the screen. I hope I'm pointing in the right direction. But you can also read all the technical instructions and guidelines on the natoweek.rs website or on the Twitter account for the Center for Europe Atlantic Studies at CEAS Serbia. I should also mention that we will not be taking any Q&A for this discussion, but I think I speak for the organizers that in the panels to come, all the speakers are free to incorporate these results into the discussions that we will have for the rest of the day and also tomorrow. But I think without much further ado, I'd like to hear from Mr. Cholovic, who will now present these results. Now, Mr. Cholovic, the microphone is yours.
Hvala. Dobar dan.
Thank you on my behalf as well. I hope that you can hear me, because I sometimes have technical problems with the microphone, although I never discovered why. So hi from my part as well. I will present to you the findings of the 4th cycle of public opinion surveys organized together by CECID and CEAS, Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies. It was implemented from 29th of October to 10th of November 2020. So we are launching the results that are quite fresh. I will share the screen with you in order to be able to follow the findings better. I hope you can see the presentation now, yeah? I hope you can all see the presentation and that it's quite clear that you can read the figures. So once again, this is the 4th survey cycle that CECID and CEAS have performed together on the representative side, a sample of the citizens of Serbia, to see what is the attitude of Serbian citizens towards Euro-Atlantic integrations. We kept some of the questions the same as previously in order to keep up with trends and to monitor whether there are any changes of the attitudes. Over time, we implemented this survey on 800 random sample citizens of Serbia who own a landline telephone. All the samples were later weighted in line with the census in order to have the best possible sample of the citizens. Questionnaire was not too extensive. It contained about 25 questions. So let us go straight to the questions. At the very beginning, we tackled the topics relating to the attitudes towards European Union. And here you can see the bars in the graph, and you can see that the trends point that there were no major changes in the past 3 research surveys, and that the trend shows that about half of the citizens of Serbia support EU accession to the EU. On the other hand, there were no major changes when it comes to those who are against Serbia's accession to the EU. The figure comes up to 1/3 of the citizens, 36%, are against Serbia's accession. And the same goes for those who would not vote or who are still undecided, and whose percentages on average about 15% over the past 4 cycle. Now, if we take a deeper look as to the structure of those who are in support or not in support of EU membership, unfortunately, it's an issue of quite concern that young people, also those between 18 and 29, that there is a large percentage of them who are actually against Serbia's accession to the EU. So there's this deeply rooted group who are against EU accession. And here they overlap with those who are older than 60 years of age. On the other hand, those who are in favor of Serbia's accession are the most educated layers of our society, those who are living in the urban areas, and generally in well-developed regions of Serbia, in comparison with those who, let's say, live south of Belgrade. Even if we introduced additional question to see how the citizens would react if the EU were to become a supranational entity with binding defense policies, we see that once again half, or 46%, said that this would not affect their opinion, and that we should continue European integration even in such situation. 29% believe that in that case we should abandon European integration by 1/4. 25% could not respond to this question. Some of them probably did not even have sufficient knowledge to respond to that question or sufficient information. However, if we cross-reference these results with the results of the previous question, we see that those in favor of Serbia's accession, there's a very small drop in the number of citizens who would actually be against EU membership if EU were to become a supranational identity, which shows that citizens still feel a bit cautious when it comes to supernatural entities due to the heritage of the past, especially in 1999. So whenever the issue of military alliance is raised, citizens are very weary of any kind of military alliance membership. So the responses to the question concerning the attitudes towards NATO, we see that the trends are quite different. We see that 2/3 of the citizens do not support membership in NATO. We see that the number of those against are growing. So 80% of citizens are against Serbia joining NATO, while 1 in 20 are actually in favor of joining NATO. In this case, only in the final, this last survey, only 5%. There's no specific demographic characteristics of the respondents who are against Serbia's joining NATO, but even we could say that those who are in favor of joining NATO are those who are the highest educated, either with university diploma, master diploma, PhD, so the highest educated. Within this group, 18% are those who are in favor of Serbia joining NATO, which is double in comparison with the general sample of Serbian society. So this is a small group, but influential one, if we were to work further on promotion of the idea of Serbia's membership in NATO. So this is the question that points to the fact that Serbs actually do not have too much information as to which countries are the members of NATO, who are also EU member states, and to what extent is those two figures overlapping. So to the question, to the best of your knowledge, how many EU member states are also NATO members, we see that nearly all EU member states are also NATO members, varied from 42% to now 31%. So we see that there's a drop. And we also see that there's a fewer than one half of EU member states are also NATO member states. We see that this year's findings are 21%. There's also 35% who do not know, who actually do not have that information, which means that there's the huge space for dissemination of credible information, fact-based information that will inform the general public about these issues. So this also shows the attitudes of the general public in terms of NATO as an international organization. So we see that 80% are against membership, but on the other hand, how they perceive NATO as an international organization, the findings are much, let's say, milder. We see that 54 have negative attitude towards NATO, while on the other hand, 37% have neutral attitude towards NATO, while 6% have a positive one towards this international organization. So this is a bit softer attitude of the general public. And yet, I mean, the very next question as to what is their opinion of the current state of cooperation, of partnership between Serbia and NATO, the percentage of negative responses is dropped even further to less than a half. So we see that only 33% have a negative attitude when it comes to cooperation between Serbia and NATO. 47% is neutral. 14% actually perceive this as a positive thing. So we see that the partnership, cooperation, is something that is perceived as a potentially positive thing, and this could certainly make further work much easier, because it is clear that there is an interest when it comes to cooperation, if not membership. We also try to find out what are the sources of information that the citizens rely on when it comes to finding additional information about NATO. I don't know to what extent are you aware of a media scene in Serbia, how citizens are actually consume information, and how this information is disseminated. Majority of our population relies on television stations with national frequency. We are talking about elderly population that receive majority information via TV. So if you take out the media, we see that over 40% of the population do not even get any information from any sources whatsoever. This is why how things are presented in the media is of such a crucial importance. Now we see that even when it comes to other respondents, indirect information coming from friends, family members is of crucial importance. 31% told us that most of the information they get about NATO is indirect. So we see that that citizens actually receive their information from other citizens who receive their information that are passed down from maybe not so reliable sources. So there's a huge space for improvement when it comes to general information. Now let us go on to attitudes towards Kosovo, how they perceive the attitudes towards Kosovo.
We wanted to see what would happen if there was a partition of Kosovo that would entail adjustments to the administrative border proposed by the Serbian president and government and supported by the USA, but opposed by the EU. So the question was whether Serbian citizens would support this kind of agreement that could be reached on this issue. You can see that 1/5 of the responders are in favor of the partition, whereas under these conditions, over 1/2 of the responders, that is 54%, are against it. Our target group here is the youngest responders between 18 and 29, among which there is a large number of those who are opposed to this kind of partition with the support of the USA. So there is a group of responders, and of course there is a part of responders coming from central Serbia and southeast and south Serbia, and the responders who are educated somewhere below average, so secondary education or primary education. So here we asked something regarding the life of Serbs in Kosovo at the moment, and we wanted to see whether cooperation, greater defense cooperation between Serbia and the US would improve or worsen the position of Serbs in Kosovo. I mean, we are all aware of the fact that the United States has a level of control of the Kosovo security forces, and we wanted to see how much, if Serbia increased its cooperation with the US, how much would it benefit our people living in the territory of Kosovo. And you can see here that citizens are thinking in a very pragmatic way. They believe that the situation might improve. The status of Serbs in Kosovo might improve if this kind of cooperation was increased. So this is double the number of those who believe that the cooperation would worsen, that the position of Serbs in Kosovo would worsen. So 35% of the responders believe that the cooperation would have no impact on the position of Serbs and that the life of Serbs would remain the same regardless of this cooperation. So there is a pragmatic belief, and people are aware of the fact that this could, at least according to this survey, that the position of Serbs could improve. And another similar question regarding Russia, we asked this similar question where we included Russia in this question. So would greater defense cooperation between Serbia and Russia, would it improve or worsen the position of Serbs in Kosovo? And then you can see that almost a half of the responders, 48%, believe that the position of Serbs in Kosovo would improve if cooperation between Serbia and Russia improved. regardless of the fact that the Russians do not have such strong impact on Kosovo, and the fact that the United States have an impact on the Serbian and the Albanian side. So many responders believe that this cooperation with Russia would improve the position of Serbs in Kosovo. So now something about attitudes towards the United States. Here you can see a comparison of the poll from June 2020 and November 2020. So this question pertains to whether you support closer cooperation with the United States in the areas of economy, security, and defense, regardless of which administration is in office. We can see that the percentage did not change significantly. Almost 2/3 of responders are in favor of closer cooperation with the United States. This is a good piece of information if we think about what happened in the past. I mean, what the numbers were in the past and how difficult it was to support cooperation and this positive position of Serbian citizens towards the United States. A good thing is the fact that regarding relative to June, so in these 5 months, the number of those opposing closer cooperation actually decreased by 3 percentage points. If we continued this trend, the number could become more significant in the future surveys. An interesting question. And that happened. We have data from the last 4 surveys. So we got the best data when we asked whether you have noticed a change in the U.S. policy towards Serbia lately, and if so, in which direction. So more than a half of the responders, that is more than half of Serbian citizens, if we extrapolated these results, believe that the U.S. policy towards Serbia has become more favorable. At the same time, only 4% of citizens believe that the U.S. policy has become less favorable than in the previous period. And some people believe that the policy has remained the same. So these results show that there has been a significant change in the perception of the relations between the U.S. and Serbia. To determine how and why this happened, we asked the responders whether they noticed in the last year, whether they noticed that pro-American rhetoric has intensified in Serbia, and if so, where they heard it. So you can see these are subtle messages that the majority of Serbian citizens didn't notice. They didn't see it in the civil sector or the opposition politicians or social media. So this is where the message was not seen as much. On the other hand, 20% of responders saw that government politicians talked about the United States in a more positive way. Also, the media image of the U.S. changed slightly, so 23% of responders believe that the media has disseminated a more positive message and image of the United States. Something that all of us were interested in, not only here in Serbia, but that is the entire planet. It was interested in the U.S. election. And we asked the question that troubled many people in Serbia recently, whether they believe that a change of president in the United States would be bad or good for Serbia. We wanted to see how Serbs saw the Trump administration and whether its change is bad or good for Serbia. So this question is very important for the perception of future relations between Serbia and the United States. You can see here that 42% of responders, more than 2/5, believe that the change of the president in the United States will be bad for Serbia. 40% of responders believe that this change would not change anything, and 8% believe that this change will actually be good for Serbia. So this is something that could be interesting to note. So 42% believe that in the previous period, the relations between the United States and Serbia improved significantly, and they're not sure whether this trend will continue under the new administration with the new president of the United States. So you can see in this question that this is the case. We asked whether the people think the incoming U.S. administration should continue President Trump's administration policy towards Serbia and the region, and you can see here that 37%, almost 2/5 of responders, think that no change is necessary relative to the previous administration's policy. So 27% believes that minor changes are necessary, but these are like cosmetic changes and nothing essential should change relative to the previous 4 years. 18% believe that the Trump administration's policy was not good and it should change. You can see that the Serbian population was relatively satisfied with the U.S. policy towards Serbia in the past 4 years. With regard to this region and Serbia in particular. The next topic is the Washington Agreement. One of the reasons why maybe the perception of the U.S. Impact on Serbia has improved. So we can see the first question. Do you think the Washington Agreement signed by Belgrade, Pristina, and the U.S. is good or bad for Serbia? And here you can see that 35% of the responders, a similar number to the previous number, more than 1/3, believe that this agreement was good for Serbia. So we didn't have an agreement between Serbia and the U.S. that was promising a lot to our country in a long time. So you can see that Serbia had a position in the U.S. that it hadn't had in recent history. 39% of the responders believe that this agreement is neither good nor bad for Serbia, and they're neutral. And only every 10th responder believes that the agreement is bad for our country. We asked whether you think the Washington Agreement will be fully implemented. And we can see that more than 2/5, so 44% of the responders believe that it will be implemented partially, if not fully. Every 10th responder believes that it will be implemented in its entirety, and slightly over 1/4 believes that most of it will actually not be implemented. And finally, we asked a question, what the Washington Agreement will mostly contribute to. what is interesting is that only 13% of respondents believe that it will address the Kosovo issue. They believe that it will strengthen the economy first and foremost, and that it will improve overall relations between Serbia and the United States. Only 13% believe that this is an agreement that will lead to the resolution of the Kosovo issue in the near future. So this was, in short, the findings of our survey. I hope you were able to hear me and to see the findings, and we can now discuss it.
Thank you for this presentations. I think actually, just to be a cheeky journalist, didn't you leave out the very last slide that I believe I have about the knowledge about the NATO week? Or was that merely just a little fun fact in the end? The very last slide.
Iskreno, ovo je bio posljednji slajd koji smo pripremili za ovu prezentaciju koja...
This was actually the last slide that was verified for presentation, but I can draw the information that if you would like. I don't know all the figures by heart, but I can tell you straight away.
The question is, do you know who organizes Belgrade NATO week?
Yeah, I know that question was raised in the questionnaire, but I thought it's more important to underline these questions or rather responses to the questions that were of the importance for the conference itself, rather than about the conference.
With that one, and maybe I'll give you a small break and we'll return to you, and I think I want to go over to Mr. Daniel Riggio, just from your perspective. Then when you're seeing, I think the segments of that which regards NATO are of course of significance from the chair you're sitting in. What strikes you when you see the results about the public perception in Serbia about NATO?
Well, thank you very much indeed, first of all, and my congratulations to the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and to all the entities involved in the organization of this excellent event, and also my appreciation for having the opportunity to contribute to the proceedings of what is a really, really interesting event. My compliments also to the interpreters for an excellent and very smooth translation. And last but not least, of course, to the presenter of this excellent report. So let me go straight to your question. For the interest of time, I would like first to share my main impressions of some of the main takeaways of this report, and then, of course, to address their implications for NATO. The first thing that I would point out, as already highlighted, albeit with some very important caveat by the presenter of the report, is the steady increase of support for Serbia's accession to the European Union. The second aspect, as far as the attitudes towards NATO are concerned, I think it's important, as in an excellent fashion pointed out also by the presenter, the need to distinguish between Serbia NATO membership and NATO-Serbia relations in their own merit. And I think with respect to the former question, the trend is pretty much steady. But with respect to the latter aspect, as the presenter very, very eloquently pointed out, the results are much more nuanced. And there is a not insignificant portion of respondents who have a neutral position with respect to NATO-Serbia relations. There is also another aspect that I find it interesting coming out of the report, and that is the quite high percentage, actually, of respondents who don't feel informed about NATO. And the presenter pointed out several times that that provides a space, actually, of opportunity to provide more regular and more tailored information about NATO-Serbia relations. There are also two other impressions I have from this report. The first has to do with Kosovo. And it's clear that from a security perception standpoint, the Kosovo issue remains quite important. It is indeed an important issue. And it is interesting also to note that the developments of Serbia-US and Serbia-Russia relations are clearly seen through this prism. Having said that, I think that the poll also highlights that there is a clearer representation of a US-Serbia relationship in its own merit. And in this respect, I think three important aspects come out. I think the first is an increase in support for, if you wish, a closer, multifaceted cooperation between Serbia and the United States, including on the economy, but also, of course, on security and defense. Secondly, there is a continued increase of a perception about a change of US policy in more favorable terms to Serbia. And in this respect, I would note an interesting interface between an increase of perception, but on the other hand, a not so clearly evident rhetoric towards the US. Although, as the presenter pointed out, there has been a more clear initial trend towards that direction in recent media reporting. And a third aspect that comes out from the poll is that the prospect of a strengthened economy remains a dominant driver in people perceptions with respect to the development of US-Serbia relationships. And this comes very noticeable following the Washington Agreement. So for me, these are the main impressions that I can identify following the excellent presentation. Now, what does this mean actually for NATO? Well, the implications are several. First of all, let me just go back to a point I made before, and that is that the poll still indicates, and that I think it's a, if you wish, consolidated trend throughout the different cycles of the poll, that there is an information gap that needs to be filled. And from this point of view, NATO remains fully committed to continue communicating about the development of NATO-Serbia relationships and about the efforts that the Atlantic Alliance continue to carry out in order to provide its own contribution to the consolidation of regional stability. And we will continue to do this in various forms, certainly through the daily activities of the NATO Military Liaison Office in Belgrade, led by Brigadier General Tommaso Vitale, and also through regular engagements with Serbian media and civil society representatives, including at the level of the NATO Secretary General. In this respect, the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg has a particular attachment to Serbia from a professional and personal standpoint, and this always comes out loud and clear in all his media engagements, including the very recent one with the Serbian outlet Courier, which, by the way, got picked up pretty much across the region. Another point that I would like to make is that we fully respect Serbia's stated policy of military neutrality, and we fully respect the sovereign decisions that this country makes about the kind of security arrangements it wants to pursue. Our position to this effect has been always consistent and is always pointed out by the NATO Secretary General. Having said that, and I return to the point that I had made at the beginning of my very short intervention, we do have a long-lasting relationship. NATO and Serbia are close partners in their own merit. And therefore, there is a good reason, actually, to explain the aspects of that relationship, which throughout the years has continued to develop through regular political consultations and through practical cooperation in specific areas mentioned by my colleagues before. A third clear indication for NATO, of course, has to do with Kosovo. And as I said before, this remains an important issue from a security perception for the Serbian public opinion. And our engagement in Kosovo stands through our KFOR mission, which, as you know, since 1999 operates under a very strict UN mandate, which is to provide a safe and secure environment and freedom of movement for all communities in Kosovo, and also through the support to the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. We do believe, in fact, that a constructive dialogue is key for regional stability. And then, as a final point, our overall commitments to the Western Balkans remains loud, clear, and solid. This is a region of importance for NATO. Regional stability has direct implications for our Euro-Atlantic security. So we see the region's future in Euro-Atlantic cooperation integration for those who want it. And let me be absolutely clear about that. And in this respect, we remain determined to help countries of the region implement the reforms necessary to further the well-being of their citizens, given that economic prosperity, as I said before, is an important driver in the perceptions of the Serbian population, and I would argue of the population across the region in how they see their future moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks on that. I think maybe I want to return. There was one point that stuck out to me a little bit while Ivo was presenting Ms. Cholovic was presenting the results of this poll. I think this split between the educated urban elite, and which came through not only on the EU support, but also in the support for NATO. I don't know if you can go a little bit deeper into what kind of, and also maybe to educate our audiences, what kind of splits are there in the Serbian public when it comes to support for EU, NATO, and for EU and NATO. Let's hold it to that for now.
Yes.
Is the question for me? I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, that's the question for you, Mr. Jovic. That it came out a couple times during your presentation that there is this split in Serbian society that I'm kind of interested if you could elaborate a little bit more on that from a polling perspective, and also from some of the results that you're seeing in this specific poll.
In principle, this is nothing new in Serbian society, especially regarding relations towards the European Union. And it kind of crystallized that there is a group of citizens who is more educated and so this is not the youngest portion of the population. So this is a generation between 30 and 60. People who managed to travel and see life outside Serbia and to see how things function in countries outside Serbia, which are connected economically, and there are people who can understand this, and there are also people who are trapped and who see our EU prospects as just someone who never left Serbia and who have finished elementary school and maybe secondary school. So this is a problem in our society. If we took the average responder, we would see someone who is aged 48 or 49 and who has finished 2 years of secondary education. I'm not sure if you know this. This is according to the 2011 census, around a third of our responders have only finished elementary school or less. So all these are potential voters at a referendum on the accession of Serbia to the European Union or NATO. So this is a group with which we need to communicate in a planned and careful way so that they can see all the benefits by the benefits of the membership in the European Union or NATO. But I would like to make a difference here, because even though there is among those who support NATO, there are more educated people, but this group is definitely more negatively oriented towards cooperation, towards NATO. So they see a benefit in cooperation, but they have a negative perception that is not based only on the bombing, but also on the fact that this is an organization that is a military organization whose some people just cannot accept this.
Paul, I see that Mr. Danilerico is making notes, or did your screen freeze? No, you're making notes. That's maybe interesting for you to see the perception of NATO, because I know in the, as we'll talk about in an upcoming panel, also the NATO 2030 strategy is also about involving or making NATO a forum where that's more strengthening the political dimension of NATO, which to be a forum to discuss also which political directions we should go in the international order. So I don't know if you can pick up on that, maybe the public perception of NATO as a purely military alliance. I think from your standpoint, you would argue that it's more than that.
Yes, indeed. It is more than just a military organization. You very eloquently pointed out the political characterization of this organization. This organization, let's not forget, is composed by 30 members, and it is the most concrete example and ultimately the only transatlantic forum of consultation on issues of mutual concern. And when I talk about mutual concern, I'm talking about issues that concern the security of the members of this organization, but also of their partners. And the COVID-19 pandemic obviously made that even clearer. So that's one aspect I would like to highlight. The second aspect that I want to underscore, building on your question and also on the point made by Ivo, I will not even venture to pronounce his last name because otherwise I would embarrass myself, is that I think COVID-19 also made clear on how a military organization can put at the disposal of the civilian population struck by a calamity like the coronavirus, the capabilities and the assets necessary to provide the critical medical assistance they require in order to navigate through this challenge. And as we can see, for instance, and as I'm sure my previous colleagues pointed out, KFOR in Kosovo has provided medical assistance to various communities in Kosovo struck by COVID-19. So the military can be used in a way that positively affects the daily lives of the civilian population. And as I said, the recent crisis made that even clearer.
Thank you for that. And that's, I think, a good point we got to there. I think I wanted to ask, when I saw this poll, I wanted to ask Mr. Cholovic. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. What was the result that stood out most to you? What is the most result that struck you when we have all these results? There are many numbers in there, but what was the result that you found most striking?
If I had to choose one result, that would be the one relating whether you are in support of cooperation with the United States in every aspect, regardless of who is in the government. I think that this is an excellent result. We have 2/3 of the respondents who are in full support of strengthening cooperation between Serbia and the United States, especially if we bear in mind what was the situation previously and how our citizens perceive who assisted Serbia in the past, and how they always believe that it's Russia that's supporting Serbia. Russia is helping us develop our society. This is a classic example as to how the public attitudes are changing, and that the slow waters run deep, and that if you present to citizens in the proper information in a proper way, the general attitudes change. When it comes to attitude towards NATO, we had 5% of the respondents who are in favor of Serbia joining NATO. But on the other hand, we also have a slide in which we ask the question, allow me just a moment. What is your opinion of NATO as an international organization and about the state of cooperation and partnership between Serbia and NATO? Now we see that there's a 14% of citizens who actually have a positive opinion of cooperation and partnership between Serbia and NATO, which shows that things are changing. It used to be unthinkable that we get such a strong support to partnership, especially bearing in mind that we have 80% of citizens who are adamantly against Serbia joining NATO. So obviously there is a large number of citizens who believe that, okay, we are not going to be members, but we are going to cooperate and be partners. So there's a relatively small number of people who are clearly negative when it comes to any kind of cooperation with NATO.
One thing I think that might be related in a way that I often get is this that NATO is kind of perceived as synonymous with the US. If I speak very bluntly and roughly, I don't know that it's also maybe relates back to what we're talking about, the information gap. How do we in the future change that, I think, very broad public perception that the US is, or NATO, or vice versa, is equated with each other? I don't know if that's a question, I think, for you, maybe, Marco. Daniel, sorry.
I do acknowledge this perception, but clearly our job is to explain the facts. And the fact is that NATO has the United States among its members. But together with the United States, there are 29 other North American and European countries. And I think it's important to constantly inform the public, and this applies actually for every case, that NATO is an organization that functions by consensus. There has to be a unanimous decision amongst all 30 members in order to undertake a course of action attributable to NATO as an institution. The other point that I would like to make, just to follow up your previous questions, and also a point made by Ivo, particularly with respect to a specific sector of the Serbian public opinion, is to inform about activities of practical cooperation between NATO and Serbia, which go, if you wish, beyond the sort of traditional concept of military affairs. And that is, for instance, the whole array of cooperation developed between NATO and Serbia on the safe disposal of obsolete and dangerous ammunition, which has been made possible through a NATO-run projects characterized by the investment of millions of euro. Another aspect is, for instance, the cooperation in the field of civil, what we call civil emergency, bringing various countries together in dealing with civil emergencies like natural or man-made disasters. These are concrete examples of activities where Serbia and NATO cooperate, and which benefits NATO as an institution, Serbia as a country, and ultimately the very Serbian population.
On that note, I think very encouraging note, I would like to thank you both for your time, Šečolović and Mr. Riggio, for a very pleasant, I think, hour's talk. And I'm sure we will use these numbers and results from this poll in the panels going forward. I think it's a good launching pad for to have something very concrete to talk about when we talk about big institutions and big questions and international order and development here in the region and cooperation. So I just want to thank you both for a very insightful hour together with you. And I will hand it over, I believe, to the Deputy Director of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, Ms. Anja Petkovic, who has, I think, a message. I was under the assumption that there was now time for a coffee break, but I don't know. I think she has a message before we can start talking about coffee.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you. I would first like to use this opportunity to thank Mr. Ivo and Mr. Klacher and the entire CESI team for helping us with conducting this research. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Riggio for participating in this panel, especially. And as Jelena mentioned before during the conference, it is really our honor that we have, this is actually the part where we have the biggest number of NATO speakers, and we are especially proud for that. I would now ask you to, we are going to have a brief break for 30 minutes, and I would like to ask everyone to stay with us, stay tuned. Next is the panel where we are going to have a lot of great speakers. We are going to have General Ben Hodges, we are going to have Mr. Mark Di Paolo, we are going to have Mr. Ambassador Lazar Komanescu Goran Svilanovic, and His Excellency Ratko Vlajkov. And actually John Capello, the moderator of the panel, joined us, so we are going to have him as well. Thank you once again, thank you all, and we are going to get back here after the short break.
Welcome. Welcome back, I should say, and good evening to the fourth session, the final session for today. The panel 4, another perspective of Serbia, Southeast Europe, and the transatlantic stability and prosperity. We have an excellent panel this evening, whom you could see on the screen, and about 90 minutes to cover a lot of ground. So if you've been watching today, you know the ground rules, and those ground rules will remain the same. We'll start with opening comments from all of our distinguished speakers for about 5-6 minutes. Then we'll go ahead and have some conversation, the opportunity for the speakers to interact with one another, and we'll proceed for the 90 minutes to talk about this very important subject. I'm going to go ahead and we'll go through the order of the speakers as they're listed in the agenda, starting with Mr. Mark Di Paolo, Director of Defense Capacity Building Directorate at the Operations Department in NATO. Then we'll proceed to General Ben Hodges. How you doing, General? Currently at the Center of European Policy Analysis and former commander of the United States Army in Europe. Tremendous amount of expertise in Europe. Ambassador Lazar Komanescu. How are you doing, sir? Member of the Scientific Council and New Strategic Center in Romania, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Goran Svilanovic, sir, welcome. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Serbia and Montenegro. And then finally, His Excellency Ratko Vlajkov, the current ambassador of Bulgaria to the Republic of Serbia. So with that, I'd like to just take a couple moments to address some of the polls, the polls that were conducted by CEAS, presented earlier in this conference. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but what I'd like to do is focus on a couple things that I think will help us during our conversation. It's no surprise, we talk about this a lot, that attitudes towards NATO in Serbia remain rather negative, and that has not changed much over the years. This isn't a huge surprise. Most Serbs are not excited about joining NATO. Just over 50% have 54%, I believe it was, have a negative attitude towards the organization. However, when you ask about the cooperation between Serbia and NATO, while there's only 14% that are positive, I think 47% are neutral. I think it's not too much to be a little optimistic and argue that there's some opportunity there. There's some opportunity to change attitudes and perceptions. And finally, when we look at the question, what's the source, not including the media, do you use to get your information about NATO? 31% talk about family and friends, it's 7% government, 5% NGOs, but 41.3% say they're not informed. So we could look at that two ways. We could be a glass half full or glass half empty. If you're a pessimist, you might argue that we're not doing our job in discussing the importance of NATO and the relationship. But I would argue that the fact that there are so many that are not informed is a tremendous opportunity. And with that, I'd like to open the discussion about the transatlantic community, future stability and prosperity. Mr. DiPaolo, please.
So good evening, everyone. We are the last event, and it's great to be here with the community that cares most about transatlantic relations and NATO relations with Serbia. So my name is Mark DiPaolo. I know some of you, but not all of you. I manage a portfolio of civilian programs for defense reform and capacity building with NATO partners, including Serbia. And I'm sure that you've already heard several NATO speakers throughout the day emphasize our view that a strong, stable, and democratic Serbia is important to the stability of the Western Balkans region. And so the stronger the cooperation, the better for both Serbia and NATO. And I'll talk about that in particular, and that's where I'll put my focus today, is on the practical cooperation. So Serbia voluntarily joined the NATO Partnership for Peace in 2006. And for the last 14 years, we've grown our practical cooperation. And I have to say, it is a two-way street, very much so. NATO provides advice and support to Serbia in the areas of military interoperability, defense planning and reform. There are a lot of science programs, crisis management, and many other areas. And at the same time, Serbia contributes to international peace and support operations with the EU and the UN. And by the way, it's in some pretty tough areas, you know, Central African Republic, and I think they're in Somalia and some other tough places. So, you know, Serbia is doing hard work, and we feel like that's a return on the investment that NATO and others have made, and certainly that the Serbians have made. Serbia has also worked with NATO and allies to train Iraqi civilian and military medical personnel starting back in 2017. And that was at a moment when NATO really wanted to get its presence in Iraq reestablished, and Serbia helped us do that. Right now, with the drawdown of U.S. forces in Iraq, we're very well positioned to help contribute to stability there too. And that was also with Serbia's help. So we give and we get, and I think that's how a partnership should work. I'll give you one other specific example that's quite interesting. Serbia and NATO are working together on a program called DEEP, or the Defense Education Enhancement Program. The DEEP program helps partners reform and improve what they teach and how they teach it in their professional military education system. Serbia's system is pretty well developed, actually, but they're looking to the challenges of the 21st century, and they want to sustain their ability to adapt their system. And so they're working with us on that. In return, by the way, Serbia has contributed to similar NATO efforts in the DEEP program in other countries, such as Armenia. So it's a mutually beneficial exchange, and Serbia makes similar contributions to NATO's Building Integrity program for good governance and anti-corruption as well. They've helped us in particular in Armenia and in the Kyrgyz Republic. So again, it's a two-way street. Continuous practical cooperation builds trust and connectedness, and it creates a cascade of other benefits, some of which you can't predict. Let me jump quickly back to DEEP, that education reform program, for a quick example. So in the Czech Republic, they have a place called the Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Defense Institute. And that institute is working with the Military Academy of Serbia, and they've been cooperating since 2017 as part of the NATO DEEP program with Serbia. Last March, when the pandemic really hit, this cooperative relationship made it possible for the Czech Republic and Serbia to very quickly join forces to respond to the lack of protective equipment for the pandemic. And by the way, that cooperative event was highlighted in many Serbian media outlets and on the front page of the NATO website. So NATO and Serbian staffs interact regularly on practical cooperation. We think we get mutual benefit from it, and that's extended also through NATO's military liaison office in Belgrade. As well, and I should point out, there's a long-standing and very solid professional working relationship between the Serbian Armed Forces and KFOR, and that's NATO and Serbia working together in practical ways to ensure stability in a region that could get out of control if we let it. So, all in all, NATO and Serbia cooperate on about 100 partnership activities per year. It was interesting to note when I read the Serbia 2020 survey results, they were really interesting, from CEAS. I saw that Serbian citizens' positive views on cooperation and partnership with NATO, in other words, the practical dimension, are 2 times as strong as the support for NATO as an abstract organization. So if you ask about NATO in general, there's a lot of skepticism. If you ask about the practical cooperation, there is less skepticism. Those of you that have the report in front of you know those numbers are very low, by the way. The positive views are quite low. We need those to come up. But the message is clear to me. Real practical cooperation helps people understand NATO's intentions, and it builds trust, and we need to build on that. So very quickly, and then I'll hand it back to you. I should say a word about the recent decision taken by Serbia to temporarily suspend defense-related cooperation activities with its partners, and that's all of its partners, not just NATO. First, NATO respects Serbia's decision. We hope we can resume cooperation as soon as the suspension period has ended, but we understand why they did it, and we understand that it wasn't targeted at NATO. And I also want to emphasize that this suspension has not affected at all our political dialogue and even our military dialogue, but we're just not planning activities. And we're in regular contact, including through the NATO military liaison office in Belgrade and through the Serbian mission to NATO. So the communication continues. And our KFOR mission, with 3,500 troops, will continue to help sustain a safe and secure environment in Kosovo in line with its UN mandate, and will maintain its operational contacts with the Serbian armed forces as required. And I think that relationship is good and professional. Serbia participates in about 30 different science programs with NATO, by the way. So those are completely separated from military capability development. These are academicians from all countries coming together to work on hard problems. And those include energy and environmental security and defense against chemical and biological and radiological threats, cyber defense, human security, and many others. So the cooperation is significant. NATO is appreciative of the cooperation and the collaboration because we feel like we receive just as we give. I hope that both sides, I do think that both sides are ready to resume the defense-related cooperation as soon as it's possible, presumably in March. We're already looking towards an upcoming cooperation program for 2021 and 2022 and the planned NATO-Serbia exercise next year. So I'll close with this. Relationships and partnerships are never static things. They're dynamic, so we're all remaining flexible, and I expect that our cooperation will continue in due time. We'll make up for any delays and continue our productive work. So thanks very much, and thanks in particular to CEAS for pulling this together. It's a real honor to be here with the colleagues in this panel.
Thank you, Mark. Excellent comments. You said practical at least 5 times. I stopped counting at 5, but I think that's actually extremely important, because the practical aspects about stability and prosperity are what affect people in their daily lives. And that's maybe a strand that I'd like to pick up over the course of this conversation, because you also mentioned the practical cooperation is more popular. So how do we focus on the practical, change attitudes and perceptions, and affect people's daily lives in the process? Let's think about that as we go through this conversation. General Hodges, I'd like to turn it over to you. It's good to see you.
Hey, John, and same here. And what an honor to follow Mark DiPaolo. I loved his emphasis on practical, realistic approach, and also, frankly, I thought it was an optimistic approach and positive approach as well. Before I go any further, I have got to say how proud I am of Jelena Milic. She is an incredible person, and she's also a very courageous person. And I think her team and what CEAS do to pull together this NATO week every year is important to keep people focused on the future versus living in the past. And so my hat's off to Jelena and her team to do this. It's not easy. Obviously, having NATO's PDD and others to support it is critical, but every mission needs a leader, and that's Jelena. So I'm grateful to have a piece of this. So I believe that this is the era of great power competition. And I believe that great power competition prevents great power conflict, because you have to compete in all domains: diplomacy, information, and economy, not just military. And when you compete in diplomacy, when you compete in the information space, when you compete in the economic space, not just doing exercises and security co-op, you are conveying to your potential adversaries that this region, this place, it matters, that we are committed, that this is important to us. And that actually lowers the risk of a conflict, because then the potential adversary doesn't make the miscalculation that the West doesn't care, the US doesn't care, NATO doesn't care, whatever. And when we fail to compete, as we failed to compete in the Caucasus, then the Kremlin fills in. As we failed to compete in Ukraine until it was too late, the Kremlin fills in. Or the Chinese will fill in. So that's why we have to compete in the Balkans. The Balkans, not only because it's a part of Europe, but it's also the back door to the Black Sea region, which I think is the real cauldron of competition between the West, the Kremlin, and the Chinese Communist Party. And Serbia, obviously, is the most important country in this Balkan region. Now, I think it's also every participant in this region has legitimate historical grudges, complaints, concerns, and interests. But as I can remember, when I was a young officer in 1995, I was the aide-de-camp for SACEUR. The SACEUR was General George Jowen at the time. And this is when the Dayton Peace Accords were being sorted out. And I used to hear him tell everybody, all the participants, he said, you can learn from the past, but you cannot live in the past. And I think that's what we've got to do as we go ahead. So let me just briefly touch on diplomacy, information, military, and economy. In terms of diplomacy, I think the West has got to give leaders in Serbia and in Kosovo, in Belgrade and Pristina, give them some space. If it was easy, this would already be solved. We wouldn't even be having this conference tonight. Give those leaders some space to be able to talk, to no red lines, no lectures, give them space so that they can do the negotiations, the trade-offs, to think through all the hard things that have to be done. And I think the United States and I think the EU have a responsibility here. No lectures, no red lines, give them some protection, because there are so many outside influences that do not want to see any positive development here. There are unfortunately countries as well as people that benefit from the continued chaos and, or maybe not chaos, but unresolved issues. For sure, the United States has got to coordinate with the European Union. I'm very proud of our embassy team in Belgrade, our ambassador. I'm very proud of the fact that this administration has worked hard to try and break some of the log jams, but there's no way we can do this alone. The European Union holds the key to success here because they hold the key to economic and Western integration. So this is an ideal situation where the United States and the European Union have got to work together. In terms of the information space, I think it's important to say that Serbia of 2020 is not Serbia of 1999. We're talking about 2 decades down the road. And people should think about Serbia in the context of the current time, not what was going on 20 years ago. And I would say also, obviously, the United States of today is not the United States of 2 decades ago, nor is the rest of Europe. So we need to address the issues as we face them now, not what it was 2 decades ago. I think it's important in the information space to call out some of the bullshit fake news that's out there. And I'm talking specifically about this depleted uranium narrative that is a complete fake news story. It's been debunked over and over and over by experts, yet somehow this still has legs and somehow people still believe it. And I think that we have a responsibility, and leaders in Serbia have a responsibility to shine the light on that. There's no point in continuing this false story that that keeps a wound open. I believe that the Kremlin uses the Orthodox Church as a weapon. This is not new, of course. I mean, even in the time of the czars, the church was one of their arms for achieving their strategic objectives. And I think we need to be honest about this and not be afraid to call it out. The Kremlin has zero incentive to see resolution of any of the issues in the Balkan region. It serves their strategic purposes to see the Balkan region continually at unrest and unable to integrate with the West. Why is it that they continue to blame NATO? Why is it that they continue to drag down Serbia's or hinder Serbia's future? In the military domain, this is a challenge. And look, it's every nation's responsibility to protect their population, and it is the right of every nation to align themselves or not align themselves, to purchase the weapons that they want, what they think they need. And I think actually it was a courageous decision by the Serbian government to put a 6-month freeze on all exercises. I mean, that gives them a way to maybe soften the blow a little bit when they canceled exercises with Russia. But I think that Serbia has to take a hard look at themselves and decide, do we want to be the Venezuela of Europe, where we have no other friends, we have no other partners, that we only align ourselves with Moscow, which is what Venezuela does. Obviously, nothing good has come of that for Venezuela. And frankly, Armenia. I think today, many people in Yerevan are saying, we were betrayed by Moscow. We were abandoned by Moscow. Is that who you really want to be your principal security partner? Finally, inside the military space, the K4 mission. I am so proud of our great alliance that we have continued, all the nations of NATO have continued to sustain the mission of the KFOR. I can remember when I was the commander of U.S. Army in Europe, I had senior leaders in Albania and senior leaders in Serbia at the same time both tell me, please do not withdraw the KFOR mission. Please do not pull KFOR out. It is so important. It is the only anchor of stability in the region. And that's remarkable because it's actually a very small number of troops, just a few thousand troops. That's nothing compared to the cost of what would happen if NATO did not demonstrate through the example of its soldiers being there, that commitment of so many nations to trying to help provide hope for stability and security in the region. And one last thing, I've known General Simovic now, the chief of the Army, for several years, and I think he is a very good leader. I think he's doing his best to lead Serbia's land forces, and he's also respected within his own army. I remember seeing some Serbian soldiers at an exercise in Hohenfels, Germany, and I went up to them. They were very fit, well-equipped, disciplined, and I said, hey, you guys mind if I take a picture with you? And they said, yes, sir, of course. And one of them had around his neck one of these Arab scarves, which a lot of soldiers who serve in the Middle East, they like to wear the scarf around their neck that kind of shows, hey, I was in Iraq or I did something like that. And I said, well, my friend General Simovic will love this picture. And immediately the sergeant who had the scarf took it off very quick because he knew it was not entirely appropriate for the discipline of the uniform. But I laughed because it showed me that they respected General Simovic. And to have somebody like him who's got so much experience at the head of the Serbian land forces, I think is important. And then finally, this is my last point, economy. When we talk about competition in all domains, diplomacy, information, military, and economy, the best chance for Serbia, the best chance for young women and young men in Serbia, the best chance for them to want to stay in Serbia and see their country grow is Western integration, is the opportunity for investment, the opportunity for jobs, the opportunity for improving infrastructure. Several steps have been made. The mini Schengen, I think, is a wonderful idea, but clearly the United States has got to cooperate with the EU, but the EU holds the key here. Serbia has to live up to EU expectations, but I think all of Europe benefits, not just young people of Serbia, if we are patient and persistent. And of course, we have to compete with China. I mean, nations are looking for help on infrastructure, and the Chinese will step in immediately if they see a vacuum. And I think it's to our benefit that we don't allow that vacuum to exist. Thanks, John.
Thank you, General. You covered a lot of ground. And I hope to come back to a number of your points during the course of the conversation. The importance of history, not to be driven by history, but to learn from history. And too often on both sides, I think maybe we look at our relationship through the lens of the 1990s. And how do we get beyond that? How do we deal with that in a way that does, as you say, provide space for leaders in the region to operate in a way that's not conflicted by the baggage of the past. With that, I'd like to turn to Ambassador Comenescu. Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, do you hear me?
We do.
It's okay, yeah. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And let me start by thanking the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and Jelena Milic for kindly inviting me at this 8th edition of the Belgrade NATO Week. I feel particularly honored to attend such an event and to be part of this panel alongside most distinguished speakers. Before anything else, I would also like to highly commend the Center for organizing this conference, despite the fact that it is not that easy at all to organize such meetings, important meetings in the current circumstances which are still being generated by the pandemic. Now, coming to the task of our panel, and taking into account the time constraints, I will try to be as concise as possible and limit my considerations to only some aspects which seem to me to be the most relevant for the topic under discussion. First, an observation, my first observation is that when considering the security, stability, and prosperity prospects in one particular region, in our case, Southeastern Europe or Western Balkans, there are several angles from which that could be done. Three of them seem to me to be the most relevant. First is about the view from inside the region, including perceptions about the role of each of the countries they are from, and of course, the relations among those countries. Second is the view from neighborhood, especially the direct neighborhood. And third, the relevance of the region for the global actors, be they individual powers or international organizations, like, of course, in our case, especially the European Union and NATO, and vice versa. I will limit my comments on this third aspect, and particularly on the relevance for the Western Balkans for the European Union and the North Atlantic Alliance. And of course, on the relevance of the two organizations for the countries in the region. Before doing that, I find it appropriate to point out that when looking to the picture from any of the three angles I mentioned, and with due consideration to each of the countries in Southeastern Europe, the place and role of Serbia are of particular importance. No need to elaborate that much on that. Already the speakers before me highlighted the importance of Serbia. Now, back to NATO, the European Union, NATO and the transatlantic links. First, the European Union. The fact that all the 6 countries in the region have as top priority, as their top priority, EU accession, speaks by itself about the relevance of the European Union for them. On the other hand, I feel the need to stress that the full integration of the Balkans into the European Union is not only in their interest, but also it's an absolute necessity for the European Union itself, including in terms of its own security and particularly as well its capability, I mean the European Union's capability to act globally. No need to elaborate on that, but just to, if we look at the map of Europe, and we see also if we look at the increasing competition regarding the region among important non-regional actors, Russia, China. So it's self-evident how important it is for the Western Balkan countries to become members of the European Union. And in spite of that, I think that everybody will recognize that the process so far has been rather slow. And we see that 17 years after the Thessaloniki strategy, still no country from Southeastern Europe is member of the European Union. Well, there are, however, there have been, as of late, some developments which I would say generate cautious, be it optimism. I'm referring to the fact that in March this year, North Macedonia and Albania started negotiations, accession negotiations. I'm referring as well to the Berlin process. And yes, I'm also referring to developments with regards to the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. That being said, I also want to underline the fact that from both sides, I mean the European Union and each of the countries in the region, there is need for doing much more. The candidate countries themselves need to upgrade their efforts, both individually, in terms of rule of law, avoiding illiberal temptations, but also in the framework of a regional cooperation. This cooperation can and should be intensified. I'm referring especially looking at my old-time friend, Goran Svilanovic, to the RCC and projects like the Common Regional Market, or as it was mentioned here as well, the mini Schengen. One particular point still on each of the countries in the region, and directly related to that increasing competition among global actors, which I was referring to. It is important for these countries, as candidates, as preparing for the accession to the European Union, to align, to associate themselves with positions, decisions by the European Union, especially when they are targeting EU's role as a global actor. Regarding the European Union side, the need is there for continued and even much more substantial action in support of the countries in the region. That requires, inter alia, in my opinion at least, that to the European Union clearly be aware of the fact that deepening of the European Union, as some member states speak as being the top priority, and in a way placing as a secondary objective the enlargement, this is not the right approach. Deepening of the integration, internal integration of the European Union and enlargement, these two processes can and should go simultaneously. And well, secondly, still on the European Union, I think that it is important for the EU and member states to encourage to the maximum possible the involvement already from now of the countries in the region in EU existing projects. I'm referring be they regional or EU-wide. The 3C initiative, for example, which is consisting of only EU member states. I think this is a project where countries from the Western Balkans could be and should be in a way or another associated. Just to mention one point which I very much like, I heard in a previous meeting, General Hodges speaking about the importance of the Danube as a logistic and transportation link between the Adriatic and the Black Sea. And I should add also that, you know, the only piece missing in a highway between the Adriatic and the Black Sea is the roughly 100 kilometers of known highway between Belgrade and Timisoara. So these are projects which should benefit of a much more substantial support from the European Union. And that brings me to the role of the countries, members of the European Union, in helping, rapprochement of the Western Balkans to the European Union. And here there is one point which I want to stress. It seems to me that, you know, I'm looking into the past experience, including the very recent one. I think it's appropriate for the EU member states neighboring the Western Balkans I know that there are sensitivities. I know that there are still pending issues, but the approach should be from the EU member states be that those the approach to those pending issues to be a constructive one and not a kind of, let's say, means of preventing or generating difficulties for getting the countries closer to the European Union. Thirdly and finally, a special role the EU member states, I mentioned. Now, my last comment is about NATO and the transatlantic link. One particularly important aspect is that progress towards EU integration of the Western Balkans needs to go hand in hand with the preservation and further strengthening of the transatlantic link. Need is there, of course, of taking into account that the approach of the countries in the region towards NATO differs of that towards the European Union. There are 3 of them are already members of NATO, while the other 3 may not seek or have not yet the prospects to join. But as Mark Di Paolo said, and I fully subscribe to this, I think that there are practical opportunities for cooperation between the alliance and the countries in the region. And by the way, the fact that in spite of what has been happening since 1999, the fact that there is a functioning, and I would say efficiently functioning, NATO liaison office in Belgrade speaks by itself. And that's something which, again, as General Hodges was speaking about the fact that there are opportunities and we have to look into what the future may offer to us, all of us. Finally, and well, definitely my last comment, it is extremely important that a real synergy exists between NATO, European Union and NATO, and respectively the European Union and the United States in their approach towards the Western Balkans. The way EU and NATO have developed their cooperation in the Western Balkans indicates that there is a solid base there too, but equally plenty of room for better doing. That being said, I have reasons to be optimistic. If I look at the messages coming from Brussels and also from across the Atlantic, from a new administration which is being shaped in Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. It's good to end your conversation on an optimistic note. You covered a couple of interesting themes I think that we'll hopefully pick up on during the course of the conversation. Primarily that we can't look at the discussions of the Western Balkans in a vacuum, and who better to understand that than their Southeast Europe neighbors. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Goran Sviljanovic, please.
John, frankly, I think we should offer a floor to Marko Čadež.
I'm sorry,
who is presiding Chamber of Commerce of Serbia, but is also a driving force behind the mini Schengen. Therefore, I think that I'd be very happy to speak after his presentation, because this is the real life and it's happening currently. So, Marko, if I may, you take the floor and I'll second you.
Thank you for saving me. Please, sir.
No, thank you very much, Goran. Thank you also for all the hosts to invite me and to speak a little bit about the latest initiatives to bring this region closer to each other, closer together, and to establish something what we called single regional markets of West Balkan 6 countries. The basic idea behind that, you can call it mini Schengen, you can call it Initiative for Four Freedoms, or whatever you want to call it. But basically it is the idea of bringing economies together with a clear view of having scale up economy, having economy which size is possible and actually sustainable to grow and to be to be the entity which is ready to contribute to the European Union and not to hamper the European Union. There are two sides of this story. The one side is, let's say, bringing the region together, which means how to solve the agreement so that we really have one regional market, that we really offer to the businesses to work and to operate in environment which allows them to work anywhere in 6 countries. And this is something where we are approaching and we are moving forward with different initiatives. One of them is, of course, the broad border crossings, paperless customs, mutual recognition of documentation, which is like phytosanitarian, veterinarian, or work permits that we actually established to have synchronized, which means that actually the work permit from Serbia is recognized in all other countries and vice versa, which allows to move people and labor very quickly. On the other hand, to bring or to join on the merge of financial markets, because only that way our companies and our economies are interested for the foreign investors. I'm talking about financial investors, because we are actually too small, each one of us, to be really interesting, or let's say above the radar for investments. We have a huge amount of foreign direct investment in Serbia. We have now growing foreign direct investments in the region, but still we are not there where we can say, yes, we are selling the region as the region of success and of opportunities. And this is, I think, the best way how maybe you can understand it from your perspective is, if you had 20 years or 15 years ago Baltic space or region, if you had a Visegrad space or Visegrad region, the next big thing is the West Balkan region, and the economy is growing very fast. So there is at this point no better return of investment than to invest in this region. We are witnessing it every day. So Serbia, for example, gained just last year more than 3 billion euros of investment. This is like all other countries in the region together, and this is something which is really positive. Also, in that respect, it is very important to move and to push our governments, and that is what we as a business communities from the region are doing. We made one regional chamber of commerce. We are representing more than 400,000 businesses. We established just, I think, 2 weeks ago, Business Council of West Balkan region with 16 biggest regional companies. It's the companies which have all together joined. They have about 3 billion revenue and employing about 40,000 people in order to communicate directly with the governments and directly with the European Commission. The second part of the story is, of course, to move Brussels and member states to change approach in assessing or enlargement approach towards the Western Balkans. So we are asking to be treated as some part, as existential part of the European economic area, which we are. Our economies are so connected. We are all exporting more than 80%, all of countries, more than 80% to the EU. Our factories, our producers are mostly from the foreign direct investments are from the EU. So basically, we know what are the perspectives. So basically, what we want to do is to move Brussels to say, okay, let us implement whatever the countries in the region synchronize with the EU, wherever they are checked the list, so wherever they are, we implemented the EU standards. Let's implement this immediately and not wait after we are for the full membership. This means that Europe says openly that yes, this is a part of European economic area, and this is a part of future Europe, and not treating the region as some country like, I don't know, Egypt or whatever, which is Brussels more or less doing now. So basically, this is the idea behind one common regional market, the idea behind the initiatives for the business community. there is also the clear standpoint about business community about Euro-Atlantic integrations. There is a clear standpoint from the business community that on our point of view, a membership in NATO means stability, the membership in NATO means economical growth, and membership in NATO means something which is very, very useful for all our economists. What we are not really, let's say, satisfied to see is this decoupling from NATO membership and Atlantic integration, from European integration, that what we have seen in Northern Macedonia, for example, or in Montenegro, is that one approach is not necessarily helping the other approach. It has to do with the political problems in the European Union, and that is something where we need support and we need to talk with the member states. So this is something what we are working very, very hard, and our plans and our ideas and our papers are now cruising in Brussels, but also in the most important member states in Germany, in France, and in Italy. And we are also talking with all our governments. So the governments in Pristina, the governments in Belgrade, and Skopje, and Sarajevo, and in Podgorica. Now we have the most advanced initiative, as we call it, mini Schengen initiative with 3 countries, Northern Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia, which is moving forward with their agreements, with our agreements between 3 of them. And we now are trying to also motivate others and other 3 to join this initiative, because they're already part of the regional initiatives like Berlin process and so on. So we are complementary with the existing initiatives, but we have to move faster. We have to push for the political support and to be aware that nobody will do that except we alone do this. So this is not something which has to come from Brussels, has to come from Washington or from wherever. It is something what we need to do on our own. I would like to thank also Goran, because he made great work as in his mandate as a Regional Cooperation Council, but he's now more on our change the sides from the public administration to the private sector and helping us really a lot as somebody who is working closely with me and the people and the businesses in all the region to push this initiative from, I think, the most healthy, let's say, background, because in the economy there is a really clear motivation. So we have to start with joint interests. You cannot start the business if you don't have a joint interest. This joint interest is mostly making good business operation, making money, making profit, and growing. So this is something what I think is a healthy way of bringing the region together, but also healthy way to say to EU, do you really want your economy to be strong? Do you really want to help your industries, because your industries are part of our economies and huge part of our economies, or do you want to ignore that? So that's from my side now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marko. Goran, and thank you for having him speak before you, because I think now your comments will become even more relevant.
Yeah.
So if you
John, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'd like to express my gratitude to Jelena for the invitation, but more than that, for the perfect lineup. I'm so happy to see Marko, of course, but I'm happy to see Lazar, with whom I really enjoyed working together years back. Ben Hodges, who spoke excellently well, and I really appreciate his supportive messages that he has shared with us. But also, I've never met Marko, you, as well as you, Ambassador, but I highly appreciate the incoming engagement of Bulgaria as a NATO contact point. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is not easy, as I think Ben and Lazar have mentioned, to organize consecutive several years this kind of event. I'd like to continue on what Marko was just explaining, and would also like to come back to what you were guys saying about the security. So I'd like to link this economic cooperation, which is really booming, with what else is being done already in the field of security cooperation so that we can discuss the further ideas. Well, to try to help understand those who might be mixed with this idea, we are saying common regional market, well explained by Lazar, and Marco is mentioning now mini Schengen as initiative. So only several days back in Sofia online, though co-hosted by North Macedonia and Bulgaria, a summit in the context of the Berlin process, 6 economists have agreed, there is a political declaration, they have agreed on forming common regional market. There is an agenda, there is an action plan, a 20, 30 pages document which is referring to this regional trade area. They have agreed, all 6 economists. They have agreed on a free movement of goods, services, capital, and people. They have agreed on regional investment area, which means to align investment policies with the EU standards. They have agreed on regional digital area to integrate the Western Balkans into the pan-European digital market. And finally, on the 4th pillar, they have agreed on regional industrial and innovation area, all 6. But then the 3 that Mark was referring at in the context of so-called mini Schengen initiative have agreed to go even faster and to make all of these steps quicker and more concrete, as we've started with practical steps in the introductory presentation, including yours, Mark Di Paolo. So this is just to understand what is this. So we have everyone on board on a common regional market, and we have 3 who are even faster in this respect and are calling themselves, we are part of the mini Schengen initiative. So the task of the Regional Cooperation Council was to include everything already agreed into this paper, which is called Common Regional Market, but still there is room to go faster. And I think, therefore, this message should be heard from those who are still hesitant whether to support mini Schengen or not. Basically, they have agreed on every element. Now they need only to consider agreeing on being quicker in implementing, particularly in the field of trade, all of these measures. So this is just to understand what is it. So this was a great success and a great work done by the leadership of the Regional Cooperation Council. Then I'd like to say that there is already an infrastructure which is in place when it comes to security cooperation in the region. I mean, besides NATO, etc., European security discussions. On the regional level, we have already developed SENSA, so-called Southeast Europe National Security Authorities, which broadens this cooperation on the NSAs beyond the 6 and brings together Romania, Bulgaria. So our immediate neighbors are also at the table. Many of them, both the EU member states and the NATO members. There is CIMIC, Southeast Europe Military Intelligence Chiefs, another security platform which goes beyond these 6 and brings the immediate neighborhood, meaning the countries who are both the EU member states and the NATO member states. And there is a lot of cooperation in the field of military intelligence, which you will agree is a sensitive area. So this is already there. And then there is a huge step forward, recently done, with the full support of the European Union. And this is called Integrative Internal Security Governance, IISG, which is now, since months back, under the chapeau, again, of the Regional Cooperation Council. And there are 3 important pillars. So this is really security cooperation in the region. One is Western Balkans Counter-Terrorism Initiative. This is one of these pillars. Another one is Western Balkans Counter-Serious Crime Initiative. And the 3rd pillar is the Western Balkans Border Security Initiatives. So this is already financially, logistically sponsored by EU and brings all 6 together and is embedding them into security cooperation run by the EU. So I just wanted to share this information with you to see how this regional cooperation in the field of economy is also directly linked with the regional cooperation in the field of security cooperation. So I think that we have to go hand in hand. So we have to continue both regional economic cooperation and regional political and security cooperation. I mean, all of these decisions and Marco was really instrumental in many, would have never been possible unless there was a strong leadership and understanding. Okay, we have a political will, and let's make it practice. Let's implement these political ideas. So this is all happening. Of course, there is one big issue, and this is outstanding political problems in the region. These issues need to be addressed. We have seen a marvelous development in the context of the name issue being resolved between Greece and North Macedonia. Great step forward. And I believe that this regional, both economic and security cooperation, will also provide a fertile ground for the leaders from the region to agree on other outstanding issues here. So I'd never be negative on this. I'm actually very positive. But for that to happen, I think that the invitation should really go around to those who are still skeptical whether to engage or not. And believe me, I think this is a big must. I was part of the government which was deciding of extraditing to the Hague Tribunal chiefs of staff, former chiefs of staff, and former presidents. These were very difficult decisions. Frankly, perhaps even today, not really supported by the majority of people. But this is called political leadership. It was possible, and I think those who are now hesitant to engage in this kind of a cooperation with international tribunals, they would need to think twice, and they would better decide positively, no matter how challenging this is, because this kind of a cooperation will provide really for a possibility to speedy this political process on the outstanding issues, which will then really make us somehow more positive when it comes to also complex issues regarding the security cooperation in the region. So let us be positive, and let's be clear. I think that several speakers, Ben, you insisted on this, and I'd like to fully support you. We're clearly saying there has to be a joint venture which brings together the EU and NATO. So the transatlantic cooperation is needed, and let's also be very open. There are partners, I think this was also mentioned, so there are other geopolitical players, so let's try to refine our engagement with them, because there is room to cooperate with them, but that leadership must be clear, and this leadership should come from our Brussels partners. Here I'd like to stop and would be very happy to continue really exchange of views regarding all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Goran, and thank you for making that connection between economic cooperation and the important steps that have been taken in the economic field with security cooperation. And I think that's something that we could discuss a little further. But before we do that, I'd like to invite our final speaker, Ambassador Vlaikov, if you would like to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, of course, congratulations to Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and, of course, Jelena Milic. I'm in very difficult situation now because I was listening very careful the first panels in the afternoon. I was watching and listening very careful to debate now. And I would say that the most of the ideas I wanted to speak about, they were mentioned. But in the same time, I'm very satisfied. I'm very satisfied because we are speaking clearly one and same language and looking in one and same direction. This is, of course, very, very good. I will start probably that I have the advantage to be ambassador of neighboring country first. Second, country member of EU and NATO. And I will use what Ambassador Comanescu said, that from 2003, from Thessaloniki Declaration till today, no one country from Western Balkans is a member of EU yet. We are speaking about NATO, but I'll start with EU because I see the connection between both. And I want to say, and I'm sure everybody of you knows that from during our presidency, in the first half of presidency of the Council of the European Union, in the first half of 2018, Bulgaria succeeded to convince the member states, the European institutions to have again in our agenda of EU the issue of enlargement with the Western Balkan countries. I'm very satisfied that we succeed to convince our partners, because it's very important to have the full Europe in EU. This is very important, and thank you again, Ambassador Kovanescu, that he mentioned this during the Romanian presidency. This line continues, the Croatian presidency, and even now. And I'm very satisfied because this focus of European Union to Western Balkan countries, started with efforts also of my country, is very important for these countries, not just for their development and for their European path, but also is very important about the relations with NATO we are discussing today. And I want to say that, and it was mentioned many times, that during our common presidency with the Republic of North Macedonia Berlin process this year, it was also one step forward in these efforts for connectivity, the countries in the region from one side, and from other side, connectivity between the countries from the region with other part of Europe, and especially of European Union. And I would say that we are very satisfied that one of our main priorities was connectivity, and the connectivity now we are very satisfied to see the new ideas. When we are speaking about connectivity, we have many directions of this connectivity: economic, infrastructure, energy, but also connectivity between the people and between the young people, etc. Probably we'll discuss some later the issue of public opinion, and for me this is very important. But I want to continue that this is our very successful presidency of European Union, because the focus is again on Western Balkans countries, and Serbia, one of the biggest, as the biggest country in this region. Now we continue also, as Mr. Svivanovic mentioned, from 1st of January 2021, my embassy will be the contact point of NATO in Serbia. For first time, Bulgaria will be contact point in Western Balkan country, and I'm very satisfied with this. And we have already perfect cooperation with the NATO liaison mission, and especially with General Tommaso Vitali and his staff, and we are preparing very careful. In this preparation, for us is very important to have and to discuss the expectations of our Serbian partners. This is very important, and in the next day we will have a lot of meetings to see what is important in this regard. And now I'm coming slowly to the issue of NATO. For me it's very important, not just because of this issue that will be a contact point next 2 years, but it's very important to have one new understanding in Serbian society about NATO. It was mentioned many times. I think Mr. Ben Hodges spoke a lot about this, that we have now another Serbia as 20 years ago. This is very important. We see all these positive changes, and I want to say something else. Serbia is going to European Union. We have very regular negotiations. A lot of chapters are open, and we are discussing now new chapters to be open. But I want to mention that the values of European Union and the values of NATO are practically absolutely same. This is democracy, this is rule of law, human rights, good neighborhood relations, etc. That's why if Serbia and the other Western Balkan countries are accepting the values of EU, it's absolutely natural to accept also NATO and the values of NATO, because as we know, they are practically the same. And that's why for me, speaking about NATO and Serbia, is very important how the politicians, how they will explain this connectivity between the values. This is very important. And I was very impressed in the previous panel about the figures in this pool. We see that 54% of the Serbian population, that they have negative opinion about NATO as organization, but 33% they have negative opinion about the cooperation between Serbia and NATO. Here we see this difference of 20% is speaking a lot. And this is the big reserve to change the public opinion here. Because it's not possible to have, yes, it was very interesting during the previous panel, the deputy chairman of Committee of for Foreign Policy in Skupština, she mentioned very clear that Italy, for example, is our very good partner in EU, and Italy was one of the countries which took part in the events in 1999. And it's very important to see this difference and this development in the understanding. And I would say that probably for us it's very, very important, for us, I mean for member states and for our partners here, is very important to go together and to work with the public opinion. And I will say very briefly how it was in my country. In beginning of the changes, it was so the word NATO was practically forbidden, like here. Mr. Svivanovic knows very well Solomon Pasi, foreign minister of foreign affairs. He was member of the parliament in 1990, and it was great National Assembly, and he mentioned for the first time the word NATO, and that we have to apply for membership in NATO. It was in 1990, and in the same day, it was statement of his group in the parliament, of his party in the parliament, that it was personal opinion of Solomon Pasi. And a few years later, in 1997, we started already. We applied for membership. It was also, it was not consensus in the beginning in Bulgaria, but a few years later, we came to consensus, and it was probably so very, very interesting, or how to say, paradox, that the leader of the party, of Socialist Party, who was against NATO and very active in end of 90s, he was the president who signed the treaty for our full membership in NATO. And I'm giving this example with my country because it's very important to have consensus between the politicians, and to have consensus between the politicians and the society. And we absolutely respect the military neutrality of Serbia. This is absolutely clear. And in the same time, we support, of course, the cooperation, and we are working for more and more cooperation. Thank you I think Mr. Marco Di Paolo spoke about these figures, about this cooperation, and they are very, very interesting and very important. And we want, during these 2 years, when my embassy will be contact point in Serbia, we want to make this cooperation more and more and more practical. And the people, they to understand the sense of this cooperation, because it's very important here that the people in Serbia, the society, to know that NATO is also an organization which is very useful for the people. And we have in our agenda, and we already discussed the concrete events we'll work on. We're working on natural disasters, accidents, and research. It's very important. It's very important to work about the training of journalists, and to support the knowledges, and to give knowledges of journalists, they to explain through the media how NATO could be useful for the people, and the people to see the benefit of this, and the benefit is mutual, because this is also development. Last point, probably, I hope we will speak about the public diplomacy, which is very important, and it will be part of our efforts in these 2 years. And one of them, we have to have cooperation and to explain this cooperation on the best way. And for me, it's very important how the NGOs will work and how we will cooperate with NGOs. We have concrete ideas. We have already concrete efforts on this, and I'm sure we will continue. I'm ready to take part in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. It's very difficult to go last in a group of such distinguished experts, and it's even harder to be the last speaker of the day. So what I'll do is I'm going to start with a question to you, as a little bit of a reward for putting up with that, and it's actually going to be a question for everyone. I think you talked about the processes, the importance of the process of changing attitudes and perceptions, and that's really important to understand that it's a process. These things are not going to change overnight. I think we played practical bingo this evening, and each and every one of you spoke about practical aspects of the relationship between Serbia and the Euro-Atlantic community, and I want to come back to that. Because Ambassador, you first spoke about the necessity of integration of integration of the Western Balkans for the EU. General Hodges talked about the importance of its location as a key to the Black Sea. I'd like to ask you from Bulgaria's perspective and then from Romania's perspective, how do we look at this from that practical perspective and integrate Serbia beyond the Western Balkan Six, keeping in mind Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Greece are all part of the Euro-Atlantic space. How do you play a role in integrating not just the Western Balkans, but specifically Serbia? Ambassador Vajkov, I'd like to start with you.
Thank you for the question. Well, I understand that in a way the question is put forward to me as well.
Yes.
So in my introductory contribution, I was referring to the importance, the angle, one of the three angles which I was referring to was about the role of the EU member states or NATO member states, direct neighbor to the Western Balkans. And well, for me, okay, first and foremost, I think that we can help the countries based upon our experience. Yeah, we can help the countries in the region to find the best way to prepare for membership, be that membership of the European Union or for those who so wish of NATO. And there is one point which I want to make. I mean, when I say that help them in preparing, I am not necessarily referring, and believe me, I was directly involved in Romania's drive towards membership, both in NATO and the European Union from the very beginning to the end. And I think that one important thing is to learn about what was wrong. I'm saying that because I'm looking now at, in the case of my country. Even now, I mean, 13 years, almost 14 years since we became member of the European Union, there are still things which could have done and should have been done before the accession. so as to be able to benefit to the maximum possible of the status of a member state.
Right.
So this is one aspect which I want very much to stress. And secondly, as I mentioned, we are all countries here, I mean, a part of some important projects inside the European Union, for example, but which is also, when we come to infrastructure, for example, there you may see the link also with NATO. So these countries like mine and all the other, let's say, directly neighboring the Western Balkans, should work more so as to involve these countries in European projects. I mentioned already the two of them, the CSI, and now very important as well is the EU strategy for the Danube region. Serbia is part of is a riparian to the Croatia is there, Hungary is there, Romania is there, Bulgaria. So I think that all these countries associated Serbia with us should be a little bit more lobby in a stronger way towards transforming the Danube into a real east-west transportation and logistic access. Just these two examples, and of course we can go further on in sharing the experience of ours in terms of membership of NATO. And well, I pretend that for Romania, but other countries as well, I think that we also can provide, let's say, expertise or knowledge about how and what to do and to contribute to the strengthening of the transatlantic link via a stronger integration of the countries in the Western Balkans into the European Union, and also into security-related aspects, which do not necessarily oblige to become a member of NATO so far. But I think that sharing experience in this would help also for the future when things, sensitivities, inertias may be overcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Going back to Ambassador Flykov, again, you talked about the process of changing attitudes of perception, and you mentioned near the end of your discussion public diplomacy, the importance of public diplomacy, the fact that the Embassy of Bulgaria or the government of Bulgaria would like to focus on that. Is that something you'll be taking on, you think, as a contact point embassy? And maybe you could unravel that a little bit, maybe expand on the role of NGOs in that effort.
Thank you. They will be not just the efforts of my embassy. We have common efforts, of course, with the NATO liaison mission in Belgrade and with the member states, of course, and very important with our Serbian partners. I mentioned many times the need, and I'm sure it will be a very useful cooperation with our Serbian partners. And we have to work together on this to change somehow, or slowly to start to change the narratives in Serbian society about NATO. It was mentioned many times that the trend is positive, the trend is visible, but we have here one difference between the view of the politicians, the view of the people from civil society, and probably the results of the polls. Here is some gap, and we have to contribute this gap to be cancelled. Speaking about public diplomacy, I have in mind that we have to work in direction to have more and more trust. And what have I in mind? We have one of the biggest problems in last 5-10 years, not just here in the region, but in Europe, but probably in the world. It is the hybrid war. And we have a lot of problems, even in Bulgaria, member state of EU, of NATO. We have very close cooperation between European Union and NATO about fighting with this hybrid war. And really, we have now in Bulgaria, for example, and not just in Bulgaria, a lot of channels which are with sites which are just with fake news, and they have with small letters written there are fake news, but the people, they don't know. We have the same problem here in Serbia. And speaking about public diplomacy, we have to present the truth. We have to present the real situation and to help somehow for fighting with these different so examples of hybrid war. I fully agree when we spoke about the third factors about this competition here in the Balkans. I think Mr. General mentioned this. I fully agree with this. It's real competition. And this competition is not just in economy or some in security, etc. This competition is also about the people who have the people who work with the mind of the people and who make these people so manipulate in one or other direction. That's why I think that the responsibility of the politicians here in Serbia is very important. They to work on this, and I'm sure we have a positive trend, I hope. Probably the most important is not to look in the past, but to look forward, to look in the future and in the future cooperation. We have now new Skupština in Serbia, we have a new government, and we have the situation in this Skupština that there are no parties or members of parties which are against the European integration, against the European Union, and it was in previous Skupština many years ago. And this is a big chance, and this is a chance to work, as I mentioned, to work to convince the people about the values. They are the common values. Values here in Serbia, values in European Union, values in NATO. And having in mind the combination of all these factors, slowly it will start to the public opinion to be changed. And I will repeat once again, for me it's very, very important the role of NGOs, of civil society. This is something what was very, very important in my country, in Romania, in other former communist countries. Very important was the building of civil society, the support which the NGOs became from EU, from NATO, from United States, from different sources. This is probably the way how easier to go to the mind of the people. This is very important. And speaking about hybrid war, this war is about the mind of the people. Mm-hmm. And here, having in mind the past 20 years ago, and so the propaganda from other political forces which are not so active now or not in the parliament, it's very, very difficult to work on this. That's why my opinion is that public diplomacy has to help to present the people the real situation, to present the advantages, to present what is useful for them. That's why, as I mentioned, and I'm finishing with this, in next 2 years we'll work together with our partners from NATO as a mission in Belgrade and with partners here from Serbia. We'll work on this to have to present the people the practical use of cooperation with NATO.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. You touched on a couple of important things: the importance of trust, the importance of not living in the past. And I want to turn back to General Hodges. Sir, you talked about this as well. This was one of your major points. In addition to the fact that we need to give space, not lecture. But I want to turn a little bit to the lens of the 90s. You know, we have, again, the ambassador talked about truth. The truth of the matter is the 90s, I believe, was an aberration. So how do we get to a point where we're not so bad, so this piece of history is not so much baggage, and we could get beyond, if that's possible? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
So I don't understand. Well, I do understand, but I think it's a terrible decision to have this destroyed building in the middle of downtown Belgrade that was struck by NATO back 2 decades ago. That this collapsed building is kept as a monument. I'm not sure what good comes from that. You know, in the middle of Berlin, of course, they have the old Gedächtniskirche, the church that's there. But that's a reminder to themselves of their terrible past, of the Nazi past. And so that church is kept as a memorial. The church, the old MOD building in Belgrade, is kept as a reminder of how Serbia got screwed over by NATO. What possible good comes from that? And I think, you know, the Danube River is another example. How does Serbia benefit at all from the Danube River today? Really not, except for the occasional boat full of our grandparents that comes on a tour. The economic potential of the Danube River is probably not even 10% of what it could be. And there's no pressure on Constanța in Romania because Russia prevents Georgia from becoming the portal between East and West. So there's the traffic that could be coming across the Black Sea into Constanța is not there. There's no pressure on the Danube then to expand. There's no pressure on nations to do the work that's required to keep it deep enough, even during times of drought. The management of it is terrible by the organizations responsible for it. And yet Russia still has a seat on the Danube River Commission. I mean, I love maps. I'm an old person. I like to have maps. I've got my map here, and the Danube River does not touch Russia anywhere. Why is Russia still on the Danube River Commission, and that Russian, German, and French are the 3 languages of the Danube River Commission? It makes no sense. So hopefully one day, young people in Serbia will get sick and tired of this, and they will say, we want a future, not staring at a destroyed building and not have this albatross of the beautiful Danube hung around our neck because people don't care.
Thank you, sir. We're coming up on the end, but I'd like to give Goran, Marko the opportunity to make a couple minutes each, closing remarks, focusing on the practical steps forward from your perspective. Please, Marko, if you'd start, and then Goran, if you don't mind.
Well, frankly, I think Marko is not online at this moment. He sent me a message as there is something pressing. I would actually like to continue what you've started, Lazar, and what Ben has now pointed out in more detail, the Danube. Okay. It is one unused potential in every respect, not only for Serbia, but for many countries. I guess you are all aware that the longest part of the river, Danube, goes through Serbia. And then I would actually like to somehow go around the whole issue of NATO security cooperation. I mean, I was proudly defending my country during the NATO bombing. So therefore, I feel free to discuss all of these issues with every sensitivity in my heart and in my mind. Therefore, I'd actually like to use the existing 3Cs initiative and bring really boldly the Danube as European and Euro-Atlantic resource. When I say in every respect, I mean the water, I mean economic cooperation, and of course, I'm now pointing out the need to organize also models of security cooperation. That will make easier, including for Serbia, to engage. Because these are the neighboring countries, these are the EU member states, these are the NATO member states, these are our economic partners, this is our life, and this is our freedom. So, well, this is something that I think is underused. When I say underused, I have in mind Danube as a macro-regional strategy. The money was never put into it. All of those who are coming in this panel, like Ambassador Ratko and Lazar, both are aware that the EU deliberately launched the macro-regional strategies, but deliberately decided not to put real money in them. Pity, because I think this was one of the avenues which could have been used in a better manner. Now I'm referring at Danube macro-regional strategy. I think more could be done, because this would bring all of us together and would make it easier for everyone to engage, including in the security formats of cooperation. So 3 Cs and the boldly developed security cooperation along the Danube, being aware this is the economic heart of Europe, could be one of the ways to increase engagement of Serbia in cooperating with many NATO member states. Thank you. This was my last 2 cents, guys.
Thank you, Goran. And Mark, I'm sorry for adding a vowel to your name, but I'll give you the last word, please. Thank you for waiting patiently.
No problem. And it's dreadful to be the last speaker. I've learned so much listening to all of these gentlemen, so I don't deserve to sum up, but I'll be super brief. International relations, economic success, the currency for all of that is trust. And trust is something that happens in the cognitive domain. And so strategic communication can be important, but the first maxim of strategic communication is that deeds must follow words. And that's why I put my emphasis tonight on practical cooperation. And I would suggest to all of the listeners here, just like I suggest to my staff back at work and to the other colleagues I work with, there is no shortcut to this. We're going to have to just day in and day out advance, and sometimes we'll screw up, and sometimes Serbia will screw up, and we got to be flexible and just continue to advance. We'll build the currency of trust, and I think that's how we connect the practical with the economic. So thanks, and thanks again to the Center for this really remarkable event.
Well, thank you. That was actually an excellent wrap up. And as Ambassador Vlaikov said, this is a process. Mark, thank you for emphasizing that, and we will continue. And with that, I went over a few minutes. I apologize, but this is the end for today. We start tomorrow at 3 o'clock, so we'll see you there. I want to thank Jelena, the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, and it's you know, I'm sitting here under the hot lights, but there's a lot of people you don't see that are making all this happen, and it's not easy. I know that. Anja, all your crew, thank you guys very much. And with that, good evening. See you tomorrow.